Oh, I actually won one of the events last year, so I just came back for more trophies.
这是我第一次打主赛，所以对我来说意义非凡，而且还可以进前圈，觉得很开心。当然，每个人来比赛都希望是第一名，但是我就是希望自己能够做好每个决定就可以。
Want to catch all of the action of our APT Phu Quoc main event? Check out our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Craig, how do I play Big O? So Big O is a nickname. Really, the whole name of this game is 5-card high-low PLO.
You get 5 cards. You need to make the best high hand using 2 of your cards and the best low hand using 2 of your cards.
I understand making a high hand. Explain to me what a low hand look like.
You just try to make ace deuce 3 4 5 the lowest possible.
It is like rule in this game. No ace, no play.
No straight, no flush counts. So that's just pure number. So ace deuce 3 4 5 is the best hand for the low hand.
Is it like no limit hold'em or?
It's like pot limit.
It's pot limit. The maximum you can bet is pot.
The high hand gets half, the low hand gets half, but you could have the high and the low and get it all.
Sounds like an easy game. What drew you to Big O? Why do you like playing Big O?
Because I started Hold'em more than a decade ago. Then I start new format is the Big O, and I really like it. It has more varieties, more thinking.
Is there strategy involved if it's such a big gamble?
Not for me. I'm already out.
GG's. And that's about it. Come and play Big O at the APT.
如果可以改变一条扑克规则，那会是什么？
什么是扑克规则？
哇，这个问题我从来没想过哎。
不想改变，我很喜欢现在的扑克规则。
现在的规则挺好的，要不然也不会有这么多人参与到这个项目。可以多一个 Ocean 的，对。
冠军的奖励少一点。
那谁拿到多一点？
不要那么集中，因为拿冠军很难。
我放他跟我们做来教我们怎么打。
我每次赢。
在你心中，在你的国家，谁是最强的 poker player？
当然是我了。
中国嘛，周全，觉得是亚洲最顶尖的吧？周全，
因为他对场上的动态，对每个人的把握感觉会好一点。
我。
说得对啊。
Sean Wu, of course, is the best man. He's the real one.
18海国的champion here, very humble.
早上好，中国。
心目中最棒的不一样嘛，不是说已经有非常亮眼的成绩，但是我觉得他对待这个游戏的态度，在打牌过程中的一些波动，自身的一些控制力比较好的玩家，我觉得都很棒。
你觉得你自己棒吗？
我觉得我还努力学习中。
祝你好运，谢谢你，感恩。
Hi, my name is Jerome. I'm from Malaysia. This is my first APT trophy. I've been hunting the trophy for a while now. Lucky I didn't go broke yet, but yeah. Everyone's very good at the game. It's either they're very good or they are very good for the game, like they're fun. You know? Very nice to play. I enjoy playing with him because he's wild. So you were saying like he could just anyone up.
Spade 4 on heart and 10 spade.
Kick! When he doubled out 2 or 3 times, I still had a bigger stack than him just by a bit, and I was comfortable playing with him. So I think I've been to more than 3 APTs, and obviously winning an APT tournament is very like grand. Now I have an actual good trophy. It's like a collection, you know what I mean? Yeah. I want to thank my girlfriend for supporting me throughout. She has seen me like going through downswings and upswings, and she's always been there for me.
$966,530,000 Vietnamese dong is at the top. Fighting for it are the remaining 84 in the money players of the APT Phu Quoc Vietnam National Cup. Oh, wow. One winner. Who's it gonna be?
Heads up was between Max Hold'em from Thailand versus Shohei Osugi from Japan.
Okay, thank you to my friends who cheer me and Thai people, and thank you this T-shirt, lucky T-shirt. You can buy it Chena Tak page. You can call me Max, and I'm from Thailand. It's very mean for me because I think every players want a poker trophy. Yeah, this was the easy game. Playing poker with my face is harder than this. No, I want to do my best, just that. I will give this winning to my mom because my mom not like me to play like poker.
Regina, what is 3-game mix?
3-game mix is an event where every 6 hands we rotate between 3 games. No Limit Hold'em, Pop Limit Omaha, Big O.
Alex from the US, which is your favorite game? Big O, PLO, or Hold'em, and why?
Big O for sure. It's just all the action. Love the high-low action.
I'm a big fan of Big O. You could win the low or the high, maybe both. And also, you can get 3/4 of the pot sometimes.
Big O is so fun. There's more action, so it's not as boring as a no limit hold'em where you're just waiting for premium hands all the time.
PLO, yeah, makes me happy. Yeah.
Actually, love to play PLO, but I like all of them.
I have been dealing the No Limit Hold'em for a long time. Like most of the tournament, they always play No Limit Hold'em. That's a little bit boring, truly. But with the mixed game, player will be more exciting. Somebody, they were screaming, and it makes us feel like less tired and more exciting when I'm dealing.
What's your favorite game to deal? Why?
It's the easiest one. Big O, Omaha, funny.
Yellow is funny. All right, thank you. Come on. Thank you. Yes, sir. My favorite game is probably Hold'em. Why? Because I'm vanilla.
Guaranteed at 5 billion VND, running for 3 days with 6 opening flights, kicking things off here at APT Phu Quoc. It's the Vietnam National Cup.
Bingo Buddy, what brought you to APT Phu Quoc all the way from Canada? 24-hour flight.
I miss Greg Goes All In from Toronto, so I went all the way to Vietnam just to see my friend Greg.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên là Jamie và mình đến từ Việt Nam. Mình hiện tại là đang dự định sẽ chơi Fly D của giải đấu Việt Nam National Cup.
I'm playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
So
So this is my first time to play the IPT. For me, that's crazy thing. Yeah.
Just the boys trip for the weekend. Decided to play some tournament poker. Yeah, so far so good. It's the first time in Vietnam.
It's beach. You know, you can't go wrong with the beach. The weather's like, it's super nice.
Không khí, ban tổ chức và những người chơi đều thật sự rất chuyên nghiệp. Và đây là một minh chứng rõ ràng nhất cho việc poker đang thực sự phát triển tại châu Á.
Bingo buddy, what are you going to do with the money when you win the national cup?
It all goes to my wife. My wife takes everything.
Chắc chắn rồi, mình sẽ dành một tuần nghỉ ngơi và tham dự vào main event của giải đấu APT.
And what events do you have planned to play while here?
The main event is the one I'm looking forward to, and then besides that, the Zodiac Classic and the last high roller.
Do you know what the main event guarantee is?
25 tỷ Việt Nam đồng.
25 billion VND?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Don't miss this exciting first event of APT Phu Quoc. Hurry on over now.
If I win, I'm gonna invite you to go to the party with me.
Okay, please. Okay, you promise, huh? Promise? Okay, good. Thank you, Jason.
Hẹn gặp các bạn tại APT Phú Quốc.
You need a little fee in your life. You need a little me in your life. I wanna see the sea in your eyes. You need to be free. Hey.
Move, body, move your body, move, body, move your body.
You're running through my mind with a shotgun. I'm running out of time, but I'm not done. Yeah, I don't need to run, it will come to me. I don't need to fight, but I keep moving, keep moving. Even what I lose, yeah, I keep moving. Put on my shoes, yeah, I keep moving. There's no room to refuse.
Finish your drink and good night.
The APT is back in Phu Quoc for the first time in the new era, and we're currently in the midst of our APT Phu Quoc main event. 25 billion VND in the prize pool, 4.7 billion to first, 795 entries, and we are just moments away from the money bubble.
Our all-in player has ace-10 for ace-high. Had a club draw on the turn. It is chop-chop. We have another all-in over here. Dealer, turn card. 8 of diamonds. River card. High. It's an 8, and the ace-king is going to double through. Dealer, let's see the river. It's a 4 of clubs. We're going to have another double up. All right, everybody, we have 2 all-in and calls. Let me see the all-in hand first, please. All in as ace king. I got a 65 for 6 high. I got pocket 9s though. Pocket 9s. We're all in here. Let's see, gentlemen. I got pair and a diamond draw against queen 9 for also top pair, but kickers in play here. We've got 9s and deuces to the ace. River card. It's a jack of diamonds to finish the flush. Unlucky, sir. Congratulations, everybody. You are in the money at APT Phu Quoc 2024.
Congratulations on making it into the money of the main event. What does it mean to you to have made it into the money?
I think it's pretty lucky. I buy into 2 bullets, but it's breaking even. Still have a chance to get the top prize.
Kind of a routine already. I've been cashing in Manila and in Taiwan as well, so let's hope for another deep run.
APT Manila, I didn't have any trophy, only 3rd, 4th, 9, 11 place, but I want to have a trophy here.
첫 번째 참여한 이벤트에서 좋은 성적을 거둬서에 대해서 만족하고 있습니다.
Oh, I actually won one of the events last year, so I just came back for more trophies.
这是我第一次打主赛，所以对我来说意义非凡，而且还可以进前圈，觉得很开心。当然，每个人来比赛都希望是第1名，但是我就是希望自己能够做好每个决定就可以。
Want to catch all of the action of our APT Phu Quoc main event? Check out our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
A warm welcome to the island of Phu Quoc in Vietnam. This is the Asian Poker Tour main event, the final table. Started off with 795 entries. Day 2, about half the field, 331 makes it. Day 3, 50 players, and we played down to the final 9. Today, we fight for the 185,000 USD in the first place prize, thanks to the $1 million prize pool, and it's going to be action-packed. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined in the booth by Sam Insole. This is it, Sam, the main event final table. This is why you and I flew down to Phu Quoc. It's time to see who ships it. 9 players, I count 6 countries being represented, all fighting for the APT Golden Mega Lion. How are we feeling today, Sam?
Fantastic. Let's talk a bit about the players. We have David Urquiga, or Dave Spade. He jumps in the commentary booth from time to time. He's chip leading the tournament, 5.6 million in chips, a very aggressive tournament regular. But I will say, he did use his one time against me in a tournament. So, fortunately, he should have saved it for this, but that is it. And your fellow countryman, Deepankar, very solid tournament reg. He's doing well. Yeah, any thoughts on him?
Well, he has almost $1 million in live earnings. I've been sort of putting out the feelers within the Indian community. They say he's very, very good. Young kid, by the way, 26 years old. Sort of made the transition to the live felt. Has 6 figures in online, has 6 figures in live scores already. Almost 7 figures in online. But looking to almost double his total live earnings with the 185,000 up top. We also have to mention the person who's second in chips, Jun Seok from South Korea. He is looking to join the likes of Shoichiro and others who've championed in Korea, but would be, I believe, the first South Korean to ship the APT Mega Lion. This is the list they would be joining. You can look at the main event champions, a place in history, a place on our banners at every venue we go to. And a shout out to our venue today, the Corona Resorts. This has been a fantastic place to play poker. As we make our way to the winner of the final table, we'll be playing down to the winner today. 13,000 USD, give or take, locked up for 9th place. But those pay jumps, as you see it, are getting hefty. The next one, 17, as we slowly climb our way to 6 figures for 2nd place. Mind you, no deals will be made considering regulations in Vietnam. As a result, we will be playing a 73,000 USD heads up.
That is going to be very exciting. You know, it's the last thing that people study when they get into tournaments is heads up. And then can you imagine just getting thrown in? Okay, go play heads up, something you've never studied before, something you've rarely ever played for 73,000 USD, which is almost the same as 2nd place prize.
That's crazy. That is indeed wild. Let's have another shout out for the 2 Vietnamese locals representing their home country here. Bao Pham from Vietnam joins Mr. Do, who has been a constant presence. Both of them, indeed, have been a constant presence on our feature table, much to the delight of some Vietnamese ladies, I assume, because that man is extremely good looking. He's extremely adept at poker. Made a fantastic hero call in the final stages of the final 2 tables yesterday to catapult himself into a very comfortable spot here in the final table. Also, we do have a Vietnamese-Australian gentleman, Tang Minh Truong Trang, I believe, representing Australia, certainly Vietnamese origin, along with 3 players from China. I want to shout out one of them at the moment. Zhang inched his way into the final table after constantly folding with the final 2 tables. When we came back from the break, 13 players left. I think Zhang had like a 10 big blind stack, maybe 12, maybe 13 or so at the most. And he just folded his way into the final table. I maintain it's a good decision from an EV perspective. After all, look at him. He's made the final table. He's all over our coverage. And, you know, he still has a shot at the 185K.
Absolutely. I just want to go back in case any of you didn't join us yesterday to the call that Bo made. It was Jack 10 limped the small blind. He raised up 3 big blinds, Ace 8. Jack 10 rips for 30 big blinds effective. And eventually he just goes, I'm sick of you pushing me around. I know you're chip leading. Makes the call and manages to hold versus the Jack 10 to take the chip lead for that table. That was just an incredible call. That was you are not going to push me around, even though you have all the chips call.
After you make that call, and by the way, it was essentially a flip, the Jack 10 versus the Ace 8 off. Finding the hold, I mean, that's the real skill as well. Let's not forget. I say that in jest, of course. Excellent play all around. And mind you, his interlocutor in that hand, the Vietnam on Vietnam violence that was occurring, Bao Pham, also is on the final table and has a fair shot. That rounds out the Vietnamese folks. I mentioned Jang from China. Let's not forget Jin Long Hu from China, who also had quite a ride. I mean, I believe he was down to under 1 million in chips. Did find the 3-bet squeeze jam against Dave Spade, it was, on our table. Very similar situation, Sam. Queen Jack squeeze from the big blind. Dave had a mountain of chips at the time, put a third of them on the line with about a 21 big blind call with ace-9 off, and was not rewarded in this case, giving Jin Long a shot in the tournament. He went to the outer tables, had some ups and downs, and is coming in with a mountain of chips now. So clearly, the man who's won an APT, I believe some baby lions, he's won a WSOP online bracelet, and now looking to win the big one, the APT main event. And last but not the least from China is Wang Haoxiao. Has a ton of scores to his name already, but once again looking for the lion of all lions, the one you see on the screen, the APT Golden Lion.
It's beautiful. Just looking straight at us. Someone
muscular.
will be going home with that. Yes. Yeah. Okay, the average stack, 3.5 million. Still a lot of play. I believe the blinds were rolled back, so we're looking at about 36 big blind average stack here at the final table. That is a lot of play. And I think we've only got one real short stack sitting on maybe 7 bigs. Everyone else looking around 20 or so.
Yeah, that would be Jang, who just about inched his way into the final table. He folded lots of strong hands. He did have one easy jam spot we were discussing, even after the coverage, Sam, the ace-7 in the big blind. But it's clear how much weight he put onto making the final table, and who can blame him? It is the APT main event final table. So he's decided to come in, sort of decided. I mean, obviously the poker gods decided a bit for him as well, but he's coming as the short stack. But let's not forget the blind rollback, perhaps a part of his strategy as well. We got down to just under 30 bigs based on the level we'd reached last, which was 30k, 60k. With the total number of chips in play, it led to just under 30 bigs. As a result, with the rollback, now we have 35 big blinds average, and that is plenty on a final table.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Will be interesting to see how the larger stacks sort of try to avoid each other while picking on the medium stacks.
Yeah, 2 of them sitting next to each other, mind you. Do from Vietnam, and of course David Spade from the Philippines. Dave will have position over Do. Rough spot for him. 2 spots away is the other big stack. Chun Suk Oh, pardon me, from South Korea has 5 million. Just about evening David Spades, and he's going to have position on David.
Yeah, I think that there's 3 that are going to be in a very rough spot. It's Pham with 2 million in chips, Haoxiao Wang with also 2 million, and also Deepunker with 3.4 million in chips. Those 3 are very middling, and with a 500k stack out there, have to play so incredibly tight, considering there are 4 people at the table that cover them. It's a very interesting dynamic here.
And the bunker in particular is sandwiched right in between the 2 big stacks. I mean, that is rough.
Yeah. He's just got to, wait it out, pick his spots. He has 3 people with less chips than him.
This is where all the study comes into play. And here we go. Greg will introduce the final 9.
Hello and welcome to the APT Phu Quoc main event! 795 entries, 25 billion VND in the prize pool. And we are now down to our final 9 players, all fighting for the 4.7 billion with a B VND up top. And the beautiful, coveted APT main event Lion Trophy, aka Mufasa. Mufasa, how are you today? Strong and silent type. I like it. Let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat number 9 from India, please give it up for Dipankar Gupta. Dipankar comes all the way in from India, coming in 6th in chips. He has 122,000 in total lifetime earnings and over 1 million online. Again, folks, that is India's Dipankar Gupta. And now in seat number 7, from Vietnam, it's Vu Do Tien. Mr. Vu comes in 4th in chips. with 4.6 million in chips, representing the motherland, Vietnam. In seat number 6 from China, please give it up for my friend. It is Jang Chua. We love that energy. Jang does come in as our short stack, 9th in chips with 500,000 in chips. In seat number 5 from China, it is Wang Haojiao. Wang comes in 7th in chips with 2 million in chips. And China's representing strong, also from China. Seat number 4, it is Hu Jinlong. Seems to be the crowd favorite here. It's coming in 3rd in chips with 595,000 total lifetime earnings on Hendon Mob. Now, in seat number 3, the lone man from Australia, it is Tang Min Trong. Welcome, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang comes in 5th in chips, just under 4 million in chips. Now, in seat number 2, also representing the home court advantage from Vietnam, it is Bao Pham Ngoc Quoc. Mr. Bao comes in number 8 in chips with 452,000 total lifetime earnings on Hendon Mob. And now, in seat number 1 from South Korea, it is Oh Jun-seok. The lone man from South Korea coming in number 2 in chips with 8,000 total lifetime earnings. Is he here yet? No, he's not. Max late regging into the final table from the Philippines, running on Filipino time. It is Dave Spade, Eric Iaga, 1.7 million chips, and he is our chip leader. Let's give it up for Dave, even though he's not here. Yeah, Dave Spade. What a legend. And now I'd like to take a moment to introduce Regina, our dealer, the most important person at this table. Regina, give a wave to the camera. So good to see you. Regina is wearing the Ao Dai, which is the traditional dress of Vietnam. And we'd like to take this moment to thank all of our dealers and staff here at the APT who make this work. Thank you to all of our dealers. Cảm ơn very much. All right, folks, that was your APT main event final table. Regina, when you're ready, shuffle up and deal.
That's it. The chips are set. The bags are handed in. Regina is ready. Thanks, Regina, for being with us. And thank you, just as Greg said, to all the dealers and indeed the floor staff who make this possible. We are about to begin the final table of the APT Phu Quoc main event. Blinds, 50,000, 100,000. Makes our life easier. Everything should be nice and round in terms of the stacks. 5.2 bigs is the shortest stack, about 10x for the latecomer. David Spade has 55 bigs. This should be fun.
Yeah, those middling stacks are just going to be really handcuffed. You know, they got to wait. They have to wait for premiums. They can't really take too many spots. You really want to avoid anyone that can cover you.
And take a look at those beautiful biscuits, Sam. The plaques, the biscuits.
Yep.
100K and 250K. These are the Vietnamese denominations we tend to have on our tours. Meanwhile, the greens are 25K apiece and the blues 5Ks. And one man will have all these chips. In fact, these represent all the chips in the tournament. One man is going to win them all.
Oh, he did make it.
Yeah, Dave Spade.
There we go.
Late, but gives up no EV. I like it.
I like the shirt he's rocking too.
Oh, Stephen Lai, our friend in the booth, is going to love this, Sam. The Ferrari hoodie is back.
Ah, there we go.
That's the bunker in the blue. Looking focused, ready for work. This is work for him, professional poker player from India. 26 years old, transitioning, it seems like, to the live arena. And what a transition it's going to be if he can ship it.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you, all of you, for joining us in chat. Chuck us a like. We very, very much appreciate it. Helps grow the game here in Asia. And hello to all of you this fine Saturday morning. Hope you're all doing well. We got Frank Shoves. Being late for the final table is such a baller move from Dave Spade, he says. It is. Really is. We also have Fireball XYZ watching from the Philippines. I suppose supporting Dave Spade as well. Excalander says Jinlong is ready to take this. It could be anyone's right now. We do have a 5 big blind stack, so if I were a betting man, would not put my money there, but 5 big blinds, you can spin that up pretty easily.
Come on, Sam. Go for the underdog for once.
No, I can't. I can't do it.
You won a couple of prop bets in the booth this series. I think it's time you went for the underdog.
You know, I'm 2 for 2. The last.
Oh, you don't want to break the streak?
No, I don't.
Well, you know, cheek aside, let me just say, Jang Chua did impress me with his ability to essentially fold his way into the final table. Now the question is he looking to spin, or is he still just that mindful of pay jumps?
It's hard when he's only got 2 orbits left.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. But certain spots that he avoided, I think we might get some insight.
Yeah, you actually do start to shove a little bit tighter on 5 big blinds than 10 from the earlier positions because you have so little fold equity.
Absolutely. And away we go. Queen 3 deuce. And it is the co-chip leader of sorts, Chun-Suk, firing after missing. The bunker is just so handcuffed. He's between David and Chun-Suk. How do you feel, or how do you think he must have felt looking at the table draw?
I mean, there's not too much pressure for him to do anything but play straightforward, which is kind of nice. So you're not really there. You're not like the chip leader. Hey, you got to go in. You got to make some moves. You got to play some weak hands. It's gonna get dicey. No missteps, or you could mess up your chip lead. But for him, you know, he's got 3 people with less chips than him. He can cruise. He's got a healthy stack. He can wait for at least the 500k stack that we see on our screen there to bust, and just play straightforward, tight poker.
The 500k stack also seems the happiest person on the table. I wonder if there's any correlation.
Maybe, yeah.
No ICM, but also I think Zhang is just a happy person. You can tell.
Yes, yes.
So I asked around about Dipankar. I happen to know his, someone I found out was apparently his mentor in poker, Lakshpal Singh. And the words to describe Dipankar were aggro, fearless, but disciplined. Now to me that's just like the perfect poker profile, so I think they might have gone a bit overboard.
Yeah.
Also said, won't punt too often.
Too often.
Let's see. King-Queen gets the King-Queen to fold. Good results so far. The Australian player has shown himself super capable. Comes in with 3.6 million. 3.8 actually, counting the raise. Plenty of chips.
See if King 5 wants to get aggressive. No.
It's one of those bottom of range opens, but it's targeting the fact that the big stack is in the small. Wakes up with 4 deuce. Now Pham.
So Pham played a very, very good big stack game on the final 2 tables. Unfortunately did run into the ace-8 that managed to find the call, but he was very aggressive, got some very good spots, and managed to chip up extremely well that big stack, and then did get himself in a flip situation for a massive chip lead going to the final table.
I asked around a bit about that Jack 10 off limp shove. Most people said Jack 10 suited probably goes for it.
Yep.
Jack 10 off, a bit too wide, but certainly when you're putting the pressure, a lot more reasonable. After all, the hero call took a while from the ace-8 off. Seems like Doe was on the verge of folding, as anyone would be with their tournament life at risk. Final 2 tables of the main.
I mean, it was for 30 bigs. Even just chip EV, I don't think it's a call. But when you factor in that he is shoving a little bit wider, and Doe is just sick of being pushed around. Now he's up to 4.6 million on the final table of the main event. And for Doe, he's already eclipsed his biggest live cash. If he ends in 9th place, 11,000 was his biggest. Wow, which was 3 days ago. He won the Turbo Double Stack event here in Phu Quoc. He's having quite the series. So he just got his biggest score, which was 11,000 USD here at the series, taking down the double stack event number 41. And before that, his biggest score was 4,500 USD.
That is impressive. I think he should be coming back to Phu Quoc every possible series.
No kidding.
Certainly his venue. Calendar in chat saying Jang is a survivor. I respect his patience. I do as well. Justin Fairbanks, hello, hello, in chat says he has the easiest mission on the table. Yeah, 5.5 bigs. Short stacks are easier to play, there's no doubt. That's also not what you want, though. Looking for the spin. Mind you, while he's on the table, it's the big stacks that can really pick up a few chips without much contest. The middle stack should be completely in ICM jail. Let's see if they choose to do that. Doe is also one of the bigger stacks, third one on the table. Doesn't get involved. That's a stack that's climbed up to the proper co-chip lead. And he will open.
All right, Jang Chua opening it up in the cutoff. King 9 offsuit, 2-10. Queen 5 suited, quite marginal in the big blind. Hello, Gilbert. He says hello, Vidair, and hello, Dr. Mustache.
Hello, hello. And hello to you, Dr. Mustache.
Hello, hello. Ooh, going for the raise here against someone that covers him. Queen 5 is not a bad hand to do it with. If you get 4-bet, you just fold. It's got a queen in there, unblocks the auto folds, as the 5 doesn't interact with something like 7, 8, 9, 10.
Chin Long has just been fearless across 2 days of coverage. Gets the job done and climbs to 5 million in chips. I think we have 3 chip leaders, Sam.
Yep. 3 people over 5 million in chips.
And mind you, Doe not far behind. Very interesting dynamic. 5 big stacks, 1 tiny stack, and 3 middling ones perhaps. Wonder what happens when there's 5 potential chip leaders. Does that make you handcuffed against each other? The golden rule is to not go to battle against somebody who has a decent chip stack that can truly dent you. What do you do when there's 4 others like that?
Yes, absolutely.
So Chin Long, his favorite move is all in. Now that he has 5 million, 50 bigs, I think his favorite move is 3-bet. Love the aggression.
All right, Ace Jack here for Fam. Sitting on 17 big blinds in the cutoff. Is that all in? No.
Rips it.
That is such a big shove for a final table. Oh no. Chin Long wakes up the ace queen suited in the small blind. I think once he gets a count, I don't think he can fold this.
Bao is all in for his tournament life with Ace Jack offsuit, is at risk and dominated by Ace Queen suited. Ace Jack at risk versus Ace Queen. Bao needs to find a jack. Regina, the flop. Flop comes, deuce in the window, queen, the 10. Ace Jack behind, but does have a gut shot for Broadway. Needs to find a king. Regina, the turn. The ace of clubs, no help. Needs a king and only a king. Regina, the river. Folks, please give it up for your 9th place finisher of the APT main event from Vietnam is Bao Pham Phu Quoc.
Wow, we lose our 9th place finisher relatively quickly. It's not the person one would expect. Pham getting unlucky there with the ace-queen suited, but did commit a bit of ICM suicide, putting in the 17 bigs. Clearly was willing to go for it, as he was all of yesterday. Goes out in 9th, good for 13,000. He had over 450,000 on his hand and mob. Won't be crossing $500,000 today, but I'm sure it will come quickly given the caliber he has shown. GG, sir. And just like that, we're down to 8. The tiny, tiny stack of Jang still remains. But for now, shout out to Pham. Was the chip leader on our feature table yesterday and put on quite a clinic until he made the move against his fellow countryman, Do. As a result, came into the final table with 17 bigs and leaves us in 9th place.
Yeah, putting that many chips at risk. He is the second shortest, but 17 bigs on a final table is more like 25 when you're shoving there. And with the 5 big blind stack, it just gets a little bit messy, I think, with Ace Jack. I understand it's not really a hand you want to raise fold against a lot of aggression.
That's probably exactly what you need to do with Ace Jack off there.
Yeah.
So the monkey off, everyone's back. The first elimination already out. Everybody guaranteed.
Shang ladders up again. I don't think he's played a hand for the last 5 hours of play.
That's possible.
And has managed to win another, what, 10,000 US?
Definitely.
Just by folding?
17,000 now locked up. He still has a 5.5 big stack. Got relatively lucky with the position of the button as well, I imagine, since he hasn't hit the big blind yet.
Ah, yes.
It's funny, the unaccounted for variance in this game. We just mentioned the bunker's stable positioning.
Let's see, who opens it up to 250k? Now is our chip leader. Wang with the king, queen.
And mind you, Shang is in the big blind with 40% of his stack committed.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. The 100k is being grabbed and some greens as well. It's getting 3-bet. Nice timing for it. That being said, there is the tiny stack in the big who lets it go. Jinlong could technically pile in all the pressure. Some fold equity might still be there. 600k bet, 1200 in his stack left.
I really like the size from Wang. Gives himself a chance to have some bluffs that are 3-bet folds, and then also gets to make a bit more money by inducing with hand like pocket aces, kings. Gets it done.
Very impressive. The shorter stacks going after it. Jang was excited. He's like,
yep.
One more.
One more.
3.2 bigs left in his stack. I just don't see how he avoids getting it in this orbit. Time for the spin up. Now, you and I have seen some crazy things in the booth, Sam. Thinking back to somebody we've been shouting out, Jason Lau from Malaysia on the high roller at APT Manila. Came down to 5% of a big blind and found a ladder that was ridiculous, to be honest.
Yep.
But very impressive strategically speaking. And you mentioned he got that extra 5k from a chop.
Yep. Yeah, he got it in behind, I think. And then the river made him chop, and since he was out of position, got the extra 5k chip, which let him survive through the big blind ante, and the small blind to have just 5k in chips, and the man did not look at his hand for like 10 hands, just auto-folded.
Because there was a 1.5 big blind stack that was going to be automatically all in, and he got the pay ladder, which was very, very
I think he got 2 pay ladders there because I think a 12 big blind stack just to his left also jammed all in and got stacked as well.
That is wild.
Just crazy.
Well, my point is it's far from over, and thanks to the ante-first structure, we actually saw Jason
big
go
blind
from
first.
Big blind first structure. We saw big blind first, that's right. Yeah, so you still get rights to the ante, even if you don't put it in. And as a result, we saw Jason go from 5% of a big blind to 9 big blinds and almost spin it back up. He eventually lost a flip for about, I believe it was 10 bigs or something.
Yeah.
Look at this, Jang Chua not losing any pep in his steps. 6-5
Oh,
suited.
here we
big
go.
open.
Pocket jacks in the small blind. This has got to be a spot. No fold equity, of course, but
This is a dream spot. Mind you, the big blind should come along to try and collude. And actually, it's a decent hand to do it. Do has an ace.
yeah, if they both just call, and then check it down. It's usually what happens in these situations.
48% equity for Jang, but he can effectively triple up. I'm a bit confused why it says 215k to call. Okay, 315 is the all-in. Oh, and he lets it go.
Fair.
Oh, I get it now, because the raise actually allowed Jang Chua to come back over the top and raise.
He would never come back over the top, though.
He definitely would. I mean, not with 6-5 suited, but as far as Do knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's got some like queens or tens or something.
He definitely would take the dead money. So Do actually getting out of the way. Fantastic news for Jang.
It's 5-6 suited.
Here, 830k in the middle. Could go from 3 blinds to 8. Almost triple up.
Can't help but root for it. Chip in a chair.
Oh.
First off, the ace,
no.
which would have flopped Jang near dead, out of the way. But 2 hearts.
The turn.
Oh no! Any 6, any 5, any heart.
Now Jang needs to dodge a bullet, needs to dodge a 6, a 5, or a heart for Jang's tournament life, Regina. The river!
There we go.
And that's a nice double up there for Jang Chua of China.
Cannot help but root for that man, not just because of the story, but the attitude. The prayer and the smile gets it done. And mind you, the ace getting out of the way ends up crucial.
Yes, absolutely.
Once again, the underrated variance. His stack, if it had been 20k shorter, Do would have come along for sure. Because then the pre-flop raiser would not have been able to raise again. And
right.
that actually saves him in the tournament.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
Unreal. There's a story brewing. The man from China, Jang Chua, is up to 8.3 bigs. By the way, the entire table. Hate that. When no heart game, no 5 game, no 6 game, a pay jump has been denied. This was a big one, by the way. Next place is good for 25,000 USD. $6,500 denied for the moment. That being said, the big stacks shouldn't hate it. It's tricky because there's 5 of them. Jinlong, who was actually, after knocking out our 9th place finisher, the one in pole position, 67 bigs, proper big stack. 55, 48, 44, and 42 bigs follow. Justin Fairbanks in chat says Jang has no hand in mob, which we did notice. And says, yes, even though he's from China, and you do see players from China lack a hand in mob. Justin says, Jang has the attitude of a man who hasn't yet become jaded from many years of tournament poker. So it is possible this is one of his first deep runs.
It's a very funny comment. I like that. Ooh, picking up another pot here. Up to nearly 7 million in chips. He's almost doubled his stack since the beginning of the day.
Beginning of the day, Sam. I think we're 1 orbit in.
Yeah. Yeah. He's having a very good run. I think he began on like 4.5, so I guess 50% added to his stack.
And I do wonder if these erstwhile big stacks, Jinsuk, Dave Spade yet to be involved, will now start respecting Jinlong. He is the most chaotic person on the table. We haven't seen him, at least on the feature, with a large stack yet.
Yep.
Half of these guys played with him all through the final 2 tables. The rest perhaps on other feature tables and outer tables. Just from the sample size that we got, he loves putting chips into the middle. Very aggressive, never ever afraid to go all in. Sam's, when Ankit and I were in the booth, I think I was informing you, he found a jam with pocket fours for 22 bigs from the hijack. And this was on the final 2 tables.
It's crazy. That is, yeah, 22 bigs. This close to the final table is something else.
$600K on his hand and knob, mind you. Tons of experience. Did win WSOP online, so can only imagine his online scores.
Pocket queens now for Min. This is the only player on the table that the trophy will not go home to Asia. Here we are, 225,000.
Soft Asia, we're calling it. Australia.
Soft Asia.
Quick fold with an ace. We didn't even get to see the kicker, but it's in the muck. Doe yet to be involved, really.
Yeah, same with David.
10 hands in. This is technically the first hand of the second orbit, but we're down to 8 now.
It looks like it'll just get through.
Bittersweet, but he'll take it. 4.4 million is plenty. Justin says on the bubble, Dave Spade shoved a 10-5 off. I do remember that, Justin. Caught that in our coverage. And then faked out Neil. And I think he faked out the player he was playing against, really, by saying he had 2 10s.
I like that.
Before he showed a 10, I think, and then flipped over the 5.
Yeah.
He had 2 live ones, though. Always a bit dangerous.
I remember that. I was walking by and Neil said, he's got a 10, and he's got a half of a 10.
Half a 10.
Yeah, I did tell you about my bubble dream. Is to be waiting to show my hands as I cover the other person. I'm just going to tell them I have 7 deuce, no matter what I have.
And then show what? Aces?
Whatever it is I have.
Slow roll?
Yeah, I'm just going to let them know I've got 7 deuce and then just see if they get angry that I called it off.
Why? Why would you do that? Mr. Pham says it's a pity that An Bao was eliminated. Indeed it is. Share the name, Tom.
Yeah, he played very well with a big stack, abusing the bubble. But Wang here with the ace-king, opening things up. Jack 4 clubs, kind of defendable. Here we go, king 7-5, top pair, top kicker for Wang.
Rainbow board, just what do you want to see?
Yeah, in position, I think I like a bet. Out of position, I might just play it super defensively. And just go for the check call.
Purely because of ICM, I assume?
Yes, yeah. It would be between check call or check raise, out of position. But in position, you got to go for the bet. But denying equity becomes much more important when you're on a final table.
Yeah, also some perfect cards you can hit. The ace and king being obvious. Even the 5 is pretty good. So you can build a pot in position.
Yeah.
8.3 bigs. It's exactly the kind of stack the chip leader wants to see. One lone stack that all the other stacks have to wait for. That shot with Dave Spade and the bunker, that side of the table, seat 8 and 9. I think yet to play a hand pretty much.
Yeah, nothing too exciting coming out that corner just yet. We are only on hand 7 or 8.
No, 11.
11, oh. Yeah.
Maybe 12. Couple of orbits about to hit the book.
12, there you
There we go. Can only imagine these players went home, did some homework on each other. Watched our stream perhaps to see what they were being fooled with this whole time.
Yeah.
What would your routine be, Sam, before a main event final table?
Probably reach out to someone that, like one of my friends who's quite good at tournaments, and just ask him a few questions. And then just get some sleep.
I was watching a random piece of poker content last night. It was some sort of a documentary that followed people in a big WPT 40 million tournament, and then whoever busted the person they were following, they would start following them. So eventually they would be following the winner of the tournament.
Okay.
And this is maybe like 2 a.m. last night, you know, I'm just winding down, trying to fall asleep. And suddenly, somebody who joined us in the booth yesterday, Ankit Ahuja, just pops up on the screen. And I thought I was losing my mind. I did see that in that case, some people had a 3-day break between day 1s and day 2s. And even at the APT, you can have 2 days sometimes.
Yep.
And they just used it to study the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, that is some last-minute cramming right there as you make it to day 2. And I'm all for it. I was a big last-minute crammer guy.
When you look at like the high-stakes guys, their most active study days are around usually the scoop for online or around the WSOP, and especially in final tables, they're really looking for every exploit they can get, checking lines, you know, saying, okay, over bluffs 4% in this line. Jumping into PO Solver, how do I respond to this? And then PO Solver just goes, oh, just min check raise your entire range.
And then they do it.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
It's crazy how much being off by like 5 or 10% in frequency means you just do something pure that you would never expect.
By the way, Doe bluffs with the best hand and takes it down.
Yeah.
I like it, though. Not leaving it up to chance against the chip leader. Will actually boost his confidence as he hovers around the 50 big mark along with David Spade. Chin Long in control, 66 bigs. $500 if you're with us already. Welcome to the final table. Excited to have you. Do let us know who you're supporting, by the way. Tons of Vietnamese locals in the chat. Always great to see. I do hit Google Translate on it. Let's see how well it works with the Vietnamese language, but can just about follow along. Just one Vietnamese player left, thanks to the first elimination. The player from Australia counts as well. No doubt Vietnamese Australian. David with the playable holding for once. Ace-10 off. And it's folded to the big Apkins. Hit the mark. It's the first pickup of the day for David Spade. 1.7 million on his handed mob. Top 10 in the Philippines. Very frequent side of the APT, showing us how to do it. Some exciting updates from yesterday, Sam. By the way, we did see a lady from Russia, I believe, ship the Zodiac. We were watching her heads up behind our main event coverage. Very, very cool. I think it was over 50K US up top.
I think 60,000 was the final number.
And coincidentally, 60,000 was also the final number for the Baby Superstar, which is the $4,300 buy-in or so.
Yep.
Kunal Patni, who has also joined us in the booth, actually ended up shipping it.
Oh,
One
wow.
of
Good for
most
him.
Popular poker players from India.
I'll wish him congratulations right now.
Yeah, you were heads up with him.
I was.
Defeated him.
He's so lucky I didn't play that.
Well, the very next day he went on to win a TikTok boom, by the way.
Yeah, he's lucky I didn't play that one either. The next day when I saw him, the only thing I said to him was, "Hey, you're welcome." He won the Baby Superstar, was it?
Yeah.
Look at what we got going on over here. Min with a call in the hijack with the ace-8 suited. David opening up the ace-king offsuit under the gun. I think it's a little bit loose from Min, as he is covered. And you're likely to be dominated quite often here. This is going to invite dough as well into the pot.
Yeah, Min getting frisky. Looking for spades.
Ace-5 deuce. David way in the lead here. Yeah, I think for Min, you know, he can have some ace-5, ace-4 suited, ace-10, ace-jacks that make better calls, and ace-8 is just, I think, a little bit too weak and not enough playability. David goes for the check here. I think with his stack, he can just go for the bet. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Just some pot control, given that he's not too worried about pretty much any card coming out on the ace-5 deuce rainbow, and also some deception might work out now as he finds 275k bet, 40% of pot. Mint simply cannot go anywhere now. Come this far with the ace-8. David could easily have queens and kings. He'd play this way. Or really any pair between 8s and kings. Let's go Dipspit in the chat. Dipspit is David Spade's online moniker.
Yeah.
And I believe Twitter moniker as well. A 3? What's the 4-liner to the wheel on the board?
No one's going to have a 4 in their hand
Not
here.
the hijack for sure, yeah.
Maybe ace-4 suited from some time to time, but he's got, what, 2 combos of that left? So very clear value bet from David here. Tiny, 375. I think he's trying to target a hand that Min could have, like pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Yeah, Min has to pay it off. He's too high up in his range here.
Does he have to pay it off, though? I mean, if I would have loved to see him think about it at least. Obviously, the price he's getting is fantastic, but
it's such a good price. And
what is he beating, though? 2 bets, one of them into 2 players, a follow-up that is not priced like a bluff. It's one of those situations where I'd love to see a time bank or 2. This is the final table of the main event.
Yeah.
Cannot go home with the time banks. Can't really think of a hand that he's beating for value. State the obvious.
Yeah.
And can he put David on a bluff there?
I wonder if David does have maybe some time to time ace-6, ace-7 suited that could go for the second barrel. Because they were very small bets. I mean, he could also have some bluffs, but I think a lot of them are going to want to bet the flop.
David extracting. Sometimes that is the mark of a truly excellent player. And he's essentially tied Jin Long for the chip lead, making it look easy out there, getting 2 streets with the ace-king against the loose call. Just like that. On top of the leaderboard. Zhang, after posting, down to 5.8 bigs. Has hung in there thus far. Justin says, surely you're not talking about using time banks when Sam is in the booth. Well, Sam, we're talking about it at the main event final table.
Yes.
Not the TikTok boom.
No.
Just reminding us about the woman who won the Zodiac yesterday. Great memory, Justin. Says that she also won a mystery bounty at an APT and drew the top 3 bounties.
That's crazy. But look at this. Who 3-betting the pocket 9s versus Min's mid position open. It's going to work this time versus the king queen. You know, during the tag team event, Greg was apologizing to me for using time banks. They're yours. Go for it.
All you.
You know, I have been trying to slow my pace of play down a little bit. And I remember I was editing one of my videos, and there was a spot where I thought I took around 2 minutes. And I thought, okay, I'm just thinking too long now, and I'm still trying to add up the pot. But then I went back and watched the recording. It was only 34 seconds. Right, this is before time banks were introduced into that tournament. But like that, okay, maybe I wasn't taking that much time.
I think you have a problem, Sam.
I might.
You're playing too much speed chess.
You know, I think it's just I'm conscientious about how much time I'm taking. I don't want to use an egregious amount, because that is something that bothers me when people take too long, especially with the pre-flop, or just, you know, just check it over on the flop.
So do you ever watch classical chess?
No, couldn't do it.
4 hours?
Could not do it.
There's a certain meditation in it, I find.
You know, I find that you know, poker commentary has been very fun and enjoyable. There are little bits of dead spaces, but not too much. But I can't imagine the job that the poker commentators have on a classical chess game when some moves could take an hour and a half. You can only analyze it with the engine once. But here we go. Ooh! David wakes up with the ace-jack and is going to call off Shang's 5.8 big blind shove with the ace-king suited.
Here we go. The story is building. 5.8 bigs plus the antes means 1.4, 14 bigs in the middle.
Jang Chua.
If he manages to hold, he'll have tripled his stack since sitting down today.
Amazing.
Offsuit. Jang just needs to fade the jack. All right, Regina, when you're ready, let's see a flop. Flop comes queen 10-3. Jang is still holding with ace king, but now needs to fade
A king.
Only one out.
Needs to
His
fade
2 kings were folded.
Broadway. The turn.
Oh,
Diamonds. Dave Spade turns the open ender. Now he needs to fade the king and 8. Needs to fade 8 outs on this river of dreams. Regina, the river. And Jang will double up once again.
Wow, look at that. Up to 1.4 million in chips. What a sweat. Flops the gut shot.
The whole table disappointed once again. That's the nature of the beast. But I think Jang has truly been an inspiration to me. I want to approach all my all-ins with a smile just like him. Very well done to get back in the match. 14 bigs is a plenty. 8-handed. And all of a sudden, short stack on the table not being so short changes the dynamics. There you see it. 26 bigs are the 2 next stacks, the bunker and Wang. Could get tricky for them now, to the extent they want to respect ICM.
I flush draw, check. I don't think so. He will fight.
And think about how close he was to being eliminated with the pocket jacks, with Doe folding the ace in the flop.
Yes.
Flushy. No, them. Sorry.
People rooting for Jang in the chat, including those who were rooting for other people, like Calendar, say it's good to see Jang stacking up. Cannot help but root for the short stack and the bubbly personality.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun. All right, who? Queen Jack offsuit and the +1.
It's been quiet long enough. 72 bigs. Wants to put him to work. There we go. Blinds up next hand. The smallest increment though. Nobody should feel it pinch too much, including the short stack. Now that he's up to 14, we'll get back down to maybe 12 or so.
Ten, 6-5. Neither player connecting here. Looks like who is going to be able to muscle his way into this pot. Nice big bet. You really just want to put pressure on Junsook's hands like King 6, Queen 5, those hands that are already hating this large bet. Gets it done. Manages to fold a hand with a lot of backdoors.
I love Gina.
Justin saying Shang seems like a man who came to vacation, but poker got in the way. A similar story in Taipei with Renee Von Redden. The winner, the APT main event, just came for vacation, saw the sign, thought this could be fun. Not exactly like that, but jumped into the main and shipped it for that is our biggest main event prize, isn't it? It's APT Taipei 2024.
It's definitely up there. I believe it was 354,000 USD. Oh, pardon me, 454,000
yeah, there's no deal.
450. We were hoping. I was hoping, sorry. The APT staff was very, very realistic. On the other hand, I was hoping for 500K.
Well, you know, if Abraham won it, it would have been 500K.
Oh, that's
50K
right.
50K add-on from his online qualify.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, A7 getting involved. Oh, running into the ace king of Jun Seok.
As the middle stack sandwiched between the two big stacks coming into the day, he has been forced to be relatively quiet, makes a reasonable open with an ace on the button. Should be getting the bad news shortly in the form of a 3-bet.
Looks like there's some confusion as to the blind levels. I think players posted a little bit less. Let's see, we are going to go for the raise here. How much is that? Looks like 800. $650. Look like a lot more. Let's see, 5.4 bigs.
Aces everywhere. And ace 10 is nice, but this is not the moment. Let's go. The bunker would do well to not choose to take a stand. Doesn't punt too often, I heard. Let's hope that's the case. Also is very aggro. Seems to have some nefarious ideas. It's understandable. Is open from the button. Should get pushed around by the bigger stack. Much wider than most. And he does grab the 250s. This is a 4-bet and it's a huge chunk of his stack. And it's instantly jammed and instantly folded. That is a misstep. Cannot blame him considering the dynamics, blind versus small blind, big stack versus short. But now he's down to the shortest stack, tied for the shortest stack. 1.4 million, 12 bigs.
I like his decision there. He didn't go for the all-in, which I think a lot of people would if they were choosing a bluff there. And finds a snap fold, getting incredible odds. You know, just from a pure chip EV, if he saw the ace-king, he'd have to call. He's getting the right odds, but knows that there is more value in having 12 big blinds than none. And, you know, he did get pushed around earlier when he was the jack-9 in the small blind versus the same opponent. So maybe he thinks he's just getting pushed around a little bit. Does decide to take a stand, but fortunately he ran as the ace-king there.
How about the snap 5-bet jam as well from the big stack?
Yeah.
The camera couldn't even cut to him. Justin says the main event could be 500k next time. From your lips to the poker god's ears, Justin. Market Taipei as your Barcelona, referring to the EPT. I've actually heard you mention it before, and I did discuss it with some of the APT folks.
No one can afford Barcelona. Their bananas are $10. Have you heard that?
In Spain?
At the Barcelona event.
Is it?
Yeah. If you want to buy a banana, it's 10 euro. It's a running joke in the poker community.
Wow.
Yeah, people will say something like, "Oh, you can't even afford a banana," referring to just the ridiculous $10 bananas.
Certainly heard of those kind of stories from the Monacos of the world, but that's wild. Barcelona, come on.
Yeah, look at this. Chip leader gets a hand. Queens now in the big blind versus David. Open up in the hijack with the king jack.
No ego. David lets it go. Two short stacks now at the bunker, making a move. Jang still hanging around. 17,500 locked up. The next prize is 25,000 for 7th place. It's getting big, but it's the 185 on top. that you have to worry about, that you have to aim towards. All decisions you need to respect what comes with the 185 as well. The glory, the trophy, the banners, the legacy, the history. So we do have a new dealer. Ace 9 off for the short stack. Quick lay down. Oh, look at this. He's been quiet long enough. Game flow decision. Hoping for some respect. A long range steal perhaps from +1. Has been quiet for a while. Relative short stack on the big.
This is very aggressive. Your removal is very poor. You want your opponents to have a 7 or 4 in their hand when you're going for this long range steal.
Well timed thus far, and as I said, 23 big stack in the big blind, king 6 off. Standard defense against a late position open, perhaps.
First early position, you should be dominated way too often.
Exactly. Could just work out. Yeah, looks
will.
ready to let it go. What a move.
Van Chung in chat says, sit still for a while, now have to dance. Dance he does.
I think you
7-4.
You should clarify that that's not what he said. It's just what Google Translate is telling us he said. Pretty appropriate, though. It's pretty much what I said.
Yeah.
I just didn't say it as poetically. In fact, you know what? I'm going to use that.
There you go.
Hey, Sam. Why? Okay, hey, listen to you. 7.9, hey, Sam.
Open the 7-4 of diamonds. Lay down the 7 of diamonds. That's what poker's all about. No right answer all the time. Jacks for men.
There we go. Get in there, Min. 250.
I was about to say something very Stephen Lai-like.
What's that?
Min with the min open.
It's not a min open, though.
It's just over.
Yeah.
Min with the not so min open. Queen 9 suited in the small blind, tempting, but not much you can do.
No.
And the 9-6 off lets it go as well. And wants the change back. One stack under 10 bigs, the bunker in the danger zone as well. Wang Haoxiao from China has been pretty quiet. Do, by the way, hiding his face even when he's not looked at his cards yet. Are you big on physical tells, Sam?
No, not at all.
Do you try to hide your own?
I don't know if I do anything extra to hide them, but I don't do anything to give them away either. Just sit there, just stare at the board. What about yourself?
I go through phases. I've been talking a lot with someone whose main edge he feels is physical tells.
Okay.
And we were actually watching some footage together, and he did catch a few things. You know, with cards up, you can sort of validate some of your guesses, or let's just say reads. And yeah, starting to give them a lot more credit. Obviously, we're all human. People do have tells.
Yep.
Not when you take your Ferrari hoodie and have aviator sunglasses. Like Mr. Doe over here defending the Jack 9 off. Oh. You can see your face. No, back up.
There we go. 10 on the flop. David way in the lead here on 10-3 deuce. Doe checks it over. Goes for the small bet, 150K. Oh, Justin letting us know that Doe is an actor in Vietnam.
I believe our profiles on all the players, which I highly recommend checking out on the website.
Jack 9's going to go for the float here, out of position. Got some backdoor straight draws, 1 overcard. There we go, off the turn. Another 10 will give the check mark for David. It's a decent card for him to check back on, as Doe's going to have a lot of 10x once he goes for the check call here. He's not going to have too many 3 and deuce X on this specific board, just because under the gun versus big blind, you're not going to really defend king 3 off, anything like that. So overall, David's got a very nice hand to go for the trap here, protect his overpairs from large bets on the river. David is just going to keep firing here. 375. Oh, wow. And he's going to go for the raise here. David Urquiga inducing a raise with the very small turn sizing here. Vu bumps it up to 1 million. You know, in David's shoes, it's one thing, you are getting raised with trips, but it's tough to find bluffs for Doe on this turn card. It's a Badoogie turn, meaning there's no flush draws available. And Doe's only natural bluffs are going to be 4-5 and 5-4, maybe ace-5, ace-4. It's so few combos of natural bluffs.
Yeah, looks like deuces and 3s for the set turn into the boat very often. Every once in a while, a weaker 10. Either way, I think David, having the other player covered, can just go call and see what happens.
He's got a call here. There's no way he's going to fold this.
Of course.
But river, you do have to start folding some trips. Oh, he's going to raise it. I think that might end it.
He's clicked it. He's trying to get what Ankit Ahuja in chat, in the booth, pardon me, yesterday suggested. A call and a cheap showdown, essentially. Check, check on the river. In case he is up against king 10, ace 10. Maybe deuces and trays would just come back over the top at the moment. And in which case he could let it go. I think he agrees with you, Sam, because there aren't too many bluffs in this spot. Doe has found one with the backdoor on the flop.
He might just be trying to cooler a worse 10. Maybe just trying to induce a shove.
I don't think he'd love a shove. A 4-bet on this flop.
I know, the 3-bet looks quite bluffy.
Very, very tricky hand. That being said, it's also over. Doe should be ready to let this one go. As he does, that was exciting.
Wow, look at that. David up to 7 million in chips. Got to give it to Do. Floated out of position and manages to find a bluff in a spot where I think even pros would very much struggle to find bluffs on.
Barney Stinson, before the action on the turn in the chat, had said Do is lag and can easily check raise here. Well done, Barney. Nailed it.
Yeah.
What was the line again? In terms of Do sat around for a while, so will now sit up and dance or something like that.
Yeah.
Tien Vu.
Yeah, sit around long enough. Time to dance.
Certainly decided to dance. And all the aggression being punished. The big stacks seem to have it.
Yep.
That's certainly a way to go. Just have it. Have the big stack. Have the best hand. Have the check mark in the case of David Spade on the 10-10 deuce 3 board. Would love to eventually ask him about that hand. If I had to put money on it, Sam, I'll go with Ankit's suggestion yesterday. For essentially bumping it up on the turn. All the truly nutted hands probably decide to just flat call and evaluate. And you get a cheap showdown on the river, perhaps. Ace-8 off, finds its way into the middle, and
no.
Tien Vu has woken up with Ace-10. This is getting called. 8.8 bigs is the shove. He would be dominating a lot of Zhang's holding as he is. In this case, quick call, and Dave Spade lets go. Ace-8 versus Ace-10. Greg, take it from here.
Jang, all in for his tournament life once again. This time with Ace-8 offsuit is dominated by Vu's Ace-10 offsuit. Jang needs an 8. Can he find an 8? I fold 2 8. Spade claims he folded 2 8s. Really? The flop.
David.
8 2. Oh, 2 8 8 2.
Flop comes. Jack 5, deuce 2 diamonds. Jang now needs to find an 8 or running diamonds. Megan, when you're ready, the turn. The queen of clubs, no help at all. Jang drawing to 3 outs. Needs an 8 and only an 8 for his tournament life. Megan,
Some
the
chop
river.
Outs. 5s and deuces. Oh, there's nothing live. No 8s live, no deuces
Is
live.
the jack of clubs, folks. Please give it up for your 8th place finisher of the APT main event. Jang Chua from China.
Oh, he's still celebrating as he's eliminated. Very nice to see. 8th place, good for 17,520 USD.
Love it, love it, love it. That is the attitude.
From the happiest man in poker.
The happiest man in poker, perhaps in life. Will certainly take him a long way. Not much longer than he could have gone to begin with. 8th place. Fantastic showing. Now we're down to 7. Everybody has locked in 25,000 USD. A sigh of relief for the bunker, no doubt.
Yeah.
Crippled to 12 bigs. Rough shape for the Ace-8 there. Greg missed some of the chop outs, but all of them were somehow in the muck already. That's a montage from the happiest man in poker, as we're calling him. Not capturing his happiness as much as I'd like. There we go. All is smiling, whether all in or indeed whether eliminated. We lose our first player from China. 2 remaining on the table. One of them in control, chip leader, Chin Long. Wang Hao Zhao also hanging around.
Oh, an ace-king again for Jun Suk. This time under the gun, opens things up. It's 250K. All right, ace-jack here in the cutoff. How does Wang want to do this?
Too many bigs to commit with the ace-jack off, especially against the UTG range.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I like it.
Fantastic discipline, great timing. Tien Vu. Now back to 4.45 million after eliminating Jang. Gets some clawback after making the Jack-9 off bluff. Poker gods rewarding him for his aggression. And the bunker loses 2 bigs, down to under 10 bigs. Short stack, 7-handed. Where is the debunker rail in the chat, by the way? Indians? Don't disappoint me like this. Just one Vietnamese local left in the form of Tien Vu. Tons of Vietnamese support in the chat. Shockingly low Indian support. What time is it in India? Let's see. 11:15 a.m. It's tough for poker players to be up on a Saturday at 11:15 a.m.
Yep.
I expect better though. Okay, Barney Stinson is actually a deep supporter. Let's spin it up, he says. The bunker's certainly capable. Lakshan chat as well. What's up, LP? There we go. People piping up. Rooting for the short stack. He is more than capable. Certainly knows all the theory at every stack depth. I think he's about to prove it. Jack-9 off in the small. Ante to fight for. Theoretically easy jam, and he finds it. And Junsuk waking up with the 5-4 suited. This one should go through. Lux says it's 11 a.m. Yeah, I did the math. A bit early on a Saturday. But I love this. The rail has piped up. The bunker, 12 bigs. 1 hour levels, mind you, 7-handed. Blinds come pretty fast, but there's no rush. The rest of the floor still a bit empty. It's 12:45 p.m. Second last day of the series, mind you, and the stream. We've had, let me do the math here, 19 days of the APT back-to-back coming directly from APT Manila. One more day to go after today before we come back next year. See what else we have going on today. The mini main flight 1A is on the double stack final day, 28 players left. And the high roller has kicked off, the 2-day high roller, the one we will be covering tomorrow as we usually do. Another APT Mega Lion gets given out. Some of the mixed games, there's a short deck, triple chance, you get 3 stacks. Omaha event. And then the fun stuff in the evening. Bomb pots, Big O, and the hyper turbos. Okay, I'm getting scolded in the chat for demanding rails at 11:15 a.m. But come on, guys, the bunker is trying to do something special. Happy to have you. Let's see, who else are we missing rail-wise? For the Chinese players, perhaps. Actually, did see a ton of support for Jin Long. Chip leading. I'm Google translating some of the Korean support as well. Oh, David Spade. Are we seeing enough Filipino support? We had somebody supporting both the Ds, they said, David and the bunker. Pair versus pair. Blind battle. Limp pre. Very deceptive ace. The deception continues. Check on the flop. 2 spades on the board. It is tempting to bet this, but considering ICM, could have gone for pot control in position as well. Decides to just fire. Check call from the ace in control. Oh, Justin Fairbanks pointing out that Filipinos probably like Facebook more. Good point. I'll check that, Justin. Yeah, I don't expect Chinese support on YouTube, considering it's banned over there. there's plenty of people who can support Chinese players without living in China. Third spade. And Min is turning his pair into a bluff. It's not going to work against the top pair at the moment, considering Junsuk has the much bigger stack. Check call once more. If Min wants to take this down, barring the 4 outs, he's going to need a spade. And put in what effectively would become the triple barrel. For now, we head to the final street. Comes the Jack of Hearts. With the under-repped ace, Junsuk still should be comfortable. The 3 has lost pretty much all showdown value after that call on the turn, but he just shows it down. That's a dent. 740k going the way of the Korean player. 6.5 million now. Did log on to Facebook. Tons of support for David. I should have known. After covering APT Manila, completely forgot to check Facebook chat for the Filipino support. Huge shoutouts all around, no surprise. Ape Spade, fan favorite as we found in Manila. Also, just an all-around great guy. Joins us in the booth from time to time. This time around, perhaps looking unlikely.
Yeah, he's busy.
Barney giving me a shout out. Hey Barney, great to hear from you, man. We'll never forget all the interviews we've done. Certainly miss seeing you around the floor. So about 800 people watching. I suspect it builds depending on who goes further and the rails that stick around, but thanks for joining us. 12:50 p.m. local. No prop bets today in terms of when this ends, but it's going to be tense no matter when.
Absolutely. The average stack now 4.5 million in chips.
Stephen Lyon chat says good morning. Good morning, Stephen. See you in the booth soon. Who are you supporting, by the way? No, you can't say it. Before the booth? I know who you're supporting anyway. It's the man he called the Crazy Rich Asian, which is a pure compliment, by the way, thanks to his extraordinary good looks. The film actor.
Yeah.
Clearly turned poker player after this score. Tien Vu. Wearing his classic Ferrari hoodie.
I really got to watch that movie. I've heard so many good things about it.
I haven't seen it either.
No? I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Stephen Lai says what I just mentioned. And he says it in broken English. Pocket threes for Junsuk. He's actually likely been the most active player on this table. Has been getting a lot of good hands, but had the early chip lead, co-chip lead. Truly exerted it now. Has extended it. Getting away with a lot. And as Justin was pointing out in chat, it's also easy to be a big stack on this table. The short stacks just keep firing at you. Just saw that with the 10-3. And this one should go through. 5-deuce off might be underrated as the true worst hand in poker. 4-deuce seems connected. 6-deuce is better than 5-deuce. 7-deuce is 7-deuce. It's the second best hand in poker.
Yeah.
5-deuce off. No redeeming factor whatsoever.
You can make a straight.
I think I've never made a straight with 5-2s. I don't know what you're talking about. Seems impossible to me.
I feel like you're not playing it enough.
That might be it. By the way, shout out to Dibankar's composure after becoming the short stack. Snap folded the ace-7. Essentially, zero posturing, face up that he was making a move, so not afraid of showcasing the fact that he's capable of having 4-bet bluffs. It just goes right back into it. Seems super zen. No ICM pressure at the moment, being the short stack. Could be a factor as well. 25,000 USD locked. I believe he had about 120,000 on Ascended Mob. Did look up one of the Indian websites, almost 1 million in online scores. Looking for the trophy though.
All right, King Queen opening things up in the hijack. Do is going to defend the big line with the 7-6. Here we go. Queen 6-5. Do with middle pair. Junseok with top pair. Good kicker. Yeah, the check call is a must after defending and catching.
Yeah.
Over 1 million in the pot though. Get tricky to navigate depending on what appears. And it is a spade. Another over to the 6. Could the 7 of spades be enough to keep T and Vu interested? Mind you, the nut flush draw along with the top pair on the flop for Junseok.
Got a nice hand to check back here. Good bet too.
Queen 10, Queen Jack, Queen 9 of spades, still possible. Wants to get value against those. With him having the King of Spades, he's also a bit unraisable. Decides to use that to his advantage, and a quick check call.
Very
Look
quick
at
call.
this spot go. The bet was hefty.
Do with just 9% to win this hand. Needs to hit a 7 or a 6.
2.3 million in the middle, mind you. 7 can't be oh, pardon me. The 6 and 7 of spades out of the picture, but the 4 comes in. 7 is a straight blocker, but on a flush board, not too meaningful. Joe has played it passively. Made a loose call. Now what do you do? He's not checked yet.
He did.
He did check, yeah. The camera was just on him. Lovely showdown for the King Queen off, taking another 1.2 million, and the first stack to cross 8 million in chips emerges. That should be about, I want to say, maybe 22% of the chips in play. You see it. 2 stacks tied at the top. 3 stacks between 10 and 20. 1 middle stack. So the roller coaster for Do. Last time around, right after losing a few chips with a mistimed bluff, did manage to win an all-in. Now has been dented. Oh, that is a rough side. King 4 off, has to let it go. 2 big blinds will be put into the middle on the next hand. Any rail for Junsu, by the way, in the chat? Justin points out that South Korea, India, and Philippines have never won any APT Mega Lion. All 3 in the mix here for the big one, the Golden Mega Lion, the main event. I know India's come pretty close at Vietnamese events. Thinking back to Akshay Nasa, Ashish Manot, runners-up at best. Right now, the shortest stack. Certainly uphill battle. Dave Spade, on the other hand, one of the bigger stacks, looking to close it out for the Philippines. And Junsuk right up top for Korea.
Does not look ready to let go of the 8-4 off. There we go. He'll behave.
It's an 8 and a half an 8.
Yes, it is.
Outer tables filling up all the events of the day. Mini main in full swing. $25,000 locked. Mind you, the next pay jump is 10K, 35,000 for 6th place. Things are getting serious, tense, tricky. Should be about 30 minutes from our break as well, by the way.
All right, ace 10 under the gun for the chip leader. Easy open here.
Dream spot brewing. Pocket kings +1. Junsuk is on the weaker side, under the gun. That's the big stack he gets to be. But this 3-bet should be the tightest of ranges. Ace 10 off a bit. Too weak to compete, I suspect.
Yeah, I think Min can go a little bit smaller here. Doesn't have to risk that many chips when he is bluffing. In position, the full 3x, not too necessary on his 30 big blind stack, I think it is. 0.5, 20 big blind stack. Yeah, he can just go 5.5 here, save himself a few chips when he is bluffing.
Yeah, easy fold. On to the next one, but 3 million cross for Min. These pickups are so crucial. Adds 550 with a 3-bet. 20% of his stack with no contest. Thanks to the blinds and antes.
Ooh, there we go. Pocket queens for Do. Finally a real hand for him.
Hoping to open and not get too much credit from late position. The hand this strong goes for the 250. 2 and change in terms of big blinds. Pocket eights for David. And now, the lack of credit perhaps. David has Do covered twice over.
I think a decent hand to call in position here. You have really bad removal against Tien's folding range and his value range. And as a big stack, you do get to play quite a few pots in position versus these players, but is just going to go for the raise. It's to ISO, put on the pressure.
Two options. All in seems way more likely to me. There's some ICM. He's middle of the pack. 3 shorter stacks, but pocket queens. Up there in his range. Decides to go.
I like the small one.
Yeah, decides to go with the 4-bet to 1.3. It's a click.
Yeah, this at least gives him room if he's bluffing to make a fold and he's still on 15 bigs. Oh wow, gets a call from the pocket eights.
I mean, 550 into about 2.4, 1.9 behind for T and Vu. Dave figures he's almost getting the odds to draw to a set in case he is up against an overpair. Up 1 and 8 to hit a set on the flop. What a great spot for Do.
Yeah, it needs to fade an 8. Looks like there's only 1 left in the deck.
66% SPR. Oh, it was close. Right? Suit and everything. It's the 9 of spades though.
No, SPR's... Oh yeah, 66% with Do's. 1.91 effective.
Yeah, Jack 9-9 is safe for the queens. Doesn't need to commit. The board favors him in terms of backdoor draws as well.
And there's not that many draws he has to worry about. Also has a queen of spades blocking ace queen of spades, and David can't have straight draws here. He doesn't have to be worried about 2 pair draws from like ace jack suited or something. Love the small bet. 800k. Sticky situation here for David. Is beating some bluffs Do could have. Also beating hands like ace-king. Most likely suited. Some maybe ace-queens.
Yeah, as played, I just don't see how he can continue. And right as I say that, he does make the call, just not a believer. Has to believe Do has stuck in what would be, I suppose, 75% of his stack. Somehow not beating 8s till this point. 4-bet pre-flop with the click. Often it's going to be weighted towards aces, kings, queens. More than ace-king. Now the continuation bet. I understand he's getting great odds. Does not hit an 8 or any straight draws, and now the commit all in. And Dave looks ready to call.
That looks like a very quick call coming in.
He wants the count.
Just not believing at all. Do has played this hand very well. The click back on the pre-flop, the tiny bet on the flop. And now look at this, the incredible odds David is getting. Only has to be right, what, 1 in 6 times?
1 in 6 times, sure. But he'd still have only limited equity. I mean, let's say he's ahead. Do would have some outs or the other. Can't just be bluffing with 7s and below.
But it kind of balances when David does have his, 2 outs as well. Finds the fold. Very nice.
Does not lose all of it to Do, but now has a shorter stack. And what a comeback from the local. As you mentioned, Sam, effectively maximizing the value. Click back on the flop, small bet. Click back pre-flop and the small bet on the flop getting paid. Only the final jam unpaid. And those stack of yellows, 250,000 apiece. That's almost 6 buy-ins for every plaque in terms of starting stack. We can laugh about it afterwards, always great. So we're 10 minutes away from the break. And this is what I love about our structure, Sam, even though that hand took a while, as a situation like that warrants. The short stacks, they don't really feel the unease that you usually do. Still plenty of time. Our next level jump is a big one, though. It's going to be worrisome for the short stack of the bunker.
Yeah, we're up to 160, so 25%. No, this is the 30% jump.
Yeah, 25% stack reduction.
Yeah.
Painful in terms of big blinds. Greg in the background, out of focus, paying his respects to the 2 Mega Lions left.
Yeah.
And talking to ChatGPT, I think. Looks like he's making it rain, striking some deals, selling some stock. In the suit, looking all intense. Patiently awaiting the next all-in. I will try and add one more piece of context to the previous hand, the queens versus 8s. Did ask David about some of his plays in the APT Manila. He was on our feature table. And I think he called off someone pretty light. And he said he had a read on them. So, never know. Could be something he picked up or thought he picked up.
Yeah, maybe.
He's simply one of the best in Asia. Goes with his gut. Not working out in that case, but found a fantastic fold on the final street. Not easy. There's so much sunk cost fallacy in poker, right?
Yeah.
Remember the phrase everybody used to use? Pot committed, except wrongly. I mean, sometimes you're pot committed in terms of the odds you're getting to draw, but you don't need to be pot committed just because you put in chips in the past. All in is the move Jinlong loves. I've been promising it, and here we see. Never afraid to put maximum pressure. This shove is for 22 bigs effective.
Yep.
All you can eat, sir. King 10 suited. How do you feel?
This is why King 10 generally does like to go all in on its own, but this would be way too many blinds.
Bên anh. Sao không để một bên? Không được để hai bên đâu em. Đúng rồi, anh nói. Ý là dễ nhầm, tưởng là bên này. Bên này.
Patrick in chat referring to Jin Long says bully. Yes, indeed.
That was a very, very bully move.
Pocket queens for David Spade. Just took a hit. Has about 35 bigs. The bunker having a rough go of it. Down to 9 bigs after posting. Has to let the king 10 suited go. He has shown extraordinary patience. Has been card dead as well, mind you. Jack 3 off. Undefendable.
Yeah. No value for David's pocket queens.
We'll pick up to 300k. And if I'm wrong about Wang defending Jack 3 off, I promise to not make a prediction for the rest of the table.
No, there's no way.
Yeah, he has 15 bigs. That's not the one you want to go with. And some clawback for David. 40 bigs, square in the middle. Huge differential between the bottom 3 and the top 4. Obviously, all eyes on the bunker. 25,000 lock, the next page of 10,000 USD. ICM needs to be respected. Anybody have any short stack stories for the bunker? I know you're all watching and have to be as patient as him in terms of lack of action, but I think the blinds will force the issue pretty shortly. 5 minutes away from the next level, which is the big jump, so stick with us. Let's see what Jin Long has up his sleeve. 6-4 suited. Standard open. Queen 10 is coming along.
Six-four suited, Queen 10. You haven't seen too many button versus big blind pot so far on hand 37. 10-3-4. Doe flopping very strong here. Who does have a gut shot.
Barney in chat says will be interesting to see button versus big blind between Jin Long and Doe. Barney, ask and you shall receive. Gut shot versus top pair.
Yeah. Probably lean towards call versus someone that covers you. The queen's also not really the kicker you want to be raising. Yeah, Doe does go for the call here.
Doe has emerged as simply one of the most exciting players on this table, making moves, bobbing and weaving, and now the 6. Ideal card for Doe, although it does give Jin Long a ton of outs.
Yeah, really nice card to continue bluffing with here for Jin Long.
Blocks the straight himself, should not expect to get raised. Could make one of those bets with the middle pair where you're trying to get a check on the river in position. In position blocker. It's almost like he's setting his own price. Goes 3 or 400 and change. 420. Against the button range, Queen 10 very likely still good. Looks like a quick check call. Using the small chips. Wonder what that means. It is mimicking what Jinlong did, to be fair.
There we go. This pot is ballooned up to 1.9 million in the middle now. So we take a river. The Jack of Clubs, safe river for Do. Does lose to some Jack X of Hearts combos now. Can Who find the triple barrel? No. Looks like a very quick check. And Do will take it down.
The roller coaster is in ascension mode. 6.54 million in his stack. Top 3 stack. Almost evening out with Jinlong.
Surprised by that quick check. I thought Who might go for the river bluff there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Sam. I actually think with that level of showdown value, you know, the human mind is certainly going to lean towards the easier route when possible.
Yeah.
You just hope your opponent had hearts, obviously unblocking the hearts every once in a while. Something like a 4-3, 5-3 would have come along on the turn as well, so. Goes for the showdown, and now we have the last hand before the break. All eyes are going to be on the bunker, by the way. 9 bigs in a stack, 1.1 million. If he makes it to after the break, well, I shouldn't say that. Just one hand to go. The point is, his stack will be severely dented as well. So with 3 stacks above 50 bigs, 1 stack below 10, the rest of them should be in ICM jail. The bunker lets it go, and he's gonna come in on the big blind once the levels go up.
Yep.
So let's do the math. 1.1 million, and he's gonna have to put in 320 blind as soon as he comes back from the break.
We're down to 800k.
Yeah, he needs some help, and he has some thinking to do during the break about how he's going to approach it. Although I suspect he knows his ranges very, very well. From what I hear, he is very studied. Queen 4 suited versus the 3 deuce. Do you know what they call this hand these days, Sam? Ever since the last
the dirty
WSOP?
diaper?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Have you ever thought of why?
No.
I'm going to say it as parliamentarily as possible. It's because it's crap.
Oh.
And the crap is the polarized range you try and steal from the big blind with. Tien Vu having the Queen 4 suited. Lets it go. The break equity coming into Dave Spade's favor as he climbs back up to 5 million. That's the time to steal it when everybody is rushing to the break. It's going to be a quick one, as they will be until things get too serious. Do not go anywhere. We are 7-handed in the main event. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Alrighty, Jang, all in for his tournament life once again. This time with Ace-8 offsuit is dominated by Vu's Ace-10 offsuit. Jang needs an 8. Can he find an 8? Spade claims he folded.
Welcome back to the APT main event final table. We are down to 185,000 USD and the APT Golden Mega Lion to play for. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm joined in the booth by Stephen Lai. Stephen, welcome to the fun. It has been wild to begin with. A quick elimination, a nice ladder for the shortest stack that came in with just 5.5 bigs. Did go out in 8th place. Everybody has locked in 25,000 USD. The next pay jump is 35,000 as we make our way to the 6-figure payouts. That'll be for heads up and no deal, which means we're going to be playing for all of it. Welcome to the booth. I believe you've been following the Cantonese stream, so you should be up to date on the action. How are we feeling about it thus far?
Well, I think everyone has been pretty snug actually, and I think the ICM pressure. There's the money pay jump. The pay jump's getting so big that everyone is, just a little bit snug, just trying to just get that little pay jump. I see your fellow countryman, Deepanker. He's paid them twice already with a very short stack, so maybe their strategy is working for him.
Well, Deepanker is going to be crippled now that the blinds have gone up. 160k is going to be the big blind, 1.1 million in his stack, and mind you, Stephen, he is on the big blind. 320 will be committed blind, so that's going to be about a third of his stack. As Faraz Jaka joins us in the chat, MTT legend says, "Let's go, David," supporting the Filipino legend, David Erquiga, aka David Spade, our friend at the APT, because he joins us in the booth sometimes right now. Everyone's enemy on the table, a top 4 stack with his 5 million in chips. Came in as the largest stack. There's been a ton of roller coaster stories. The man in red is one of them. Your favorite, Stephen, Mr. Tien Vu from Vietnam, the only local left. 6.5 million for him.
Well, he's got his Ferrari hoodie back on, and he's wearing the same sunglasses that I've seen him worn for the past 2 days. He's ready to recapture that winning experience, I think.
I believe he's an actor in Vietnam. No surprise there. Just look at him. You see the two APT Lions at the back. The golden one is the one we're playing for, arguably the most prestigious one. I like the bronze one as well, but it is the main event. You do get on the banners, get on our photographs, become a part of APT New Era history. Somebody asking, is someone in the field an Australian? Indeed, Vietnamese name, but Australian. That's Tang, Min Chuong Tang from Australia. Still in the mix with 22 bigs. One player from India, just mentioned him as a short stack. Philippines and Vietnam in the form of Dave Spade and Tien Wu we just mentioned. 2 players remaining from China. One of them is in control with the ace-6 off here, but all the chips. The other one trying to battle with the ace-queen and gets it in there.
Yeah, rightly so. I mean, no point messing around with 11 big blinds, min-clicking, etc., etc. Just go for the direct route 1 approach. Put it in.
Yeah, I can't love life given ICM and the tiny stack of the bunker, which had to fold, by the way, 4 deuce off. So he's left with 770. 5 bigs at the 160k level. This is getting
Ace
tough.
queen off is a bit too nice to do anything too fancy. You probably get ace jack to call off. You see a lot of Indian flags in the chat. Seems to be a well-liked player. Tell me a bit more about him.
Yeah, found out from some of my Indian friends as well as attendees here at APT. Phu Quoc, 26-year-old, went pro pretty soon after his studies, I believed. So I think he started playing professionally in 2018, 2019. Started off playing cash games during his postgraduate studies in the UK, as one does, and then quickly made the transition. Very well coached, very well studied. And one of his poker mentors, who I know well, said he's aggro, he's disciplined, and shouldn't punt it off too easily. Well, he's down to 5 bigs. Needs to find the punt, so to speak, now. As you can see in the
is
chat.
this his first major final table?
He has shipped an event in the past. He has over 120,000 on his hand and mob, but there's websites that track online scores in India as well, and he's approaching 1 million online.
Good stuff.
All eyes are going to be on him. A 5 big blind stack is what he's left with. Queen 3 suited in the small, mind you. He knows the theory. It is a jam. Does he have enough fold equity, though? Rips it. Oh, beautiful 9-3 off for the bunker. Just cannot call even 4 bigs to the extent they do. It's going to be dominated. So what a crucial pickup. Still by far the shortest. 1.1 million. And it's Jinsuk, up top, along with Jinlong, who's arguably even more active, will be looking to make the most of the situation. ICM pressure on the middle stacks with the one tiny stack. The pay jump is 10,000 USD, by the way. Faraz Shaka in chat says, just finished watching Tyson punt it off. Faraz, is that what happened? Obviously, we've been busy in the booth, haven't tracked the big exhibition match, controversial exhibition match between a YouTuber and the 58-year-old Mike Tyson.
Well, an ex-YouTuber versus an ex-boxer.
That's even more subtly insulting. I like it. I guess Tyson lost. Shocker.
Yeah, but, they lasted, all the way, really. Well, I mean, imagine... can you imagine being in the ring when you're 60 years old? It's... you got to give him that bit of credit.
Absolutely. Queen Jack suited, opening +1. 2.2 million left behind after the raise. It's tricky with ICM. Does anybody want to come after it? Royal Flush in chat, who has been supporting the bunker since yesterday, says it's funny to see everyone's faces whenever the bunker gets a shove through. That is the nature of MTTs. $10,000 on the line for whenever the bunker busts. If and when the bunker busts, pardon me. One double up, and he'll be tied with the second stack, though. Far from over. Tons of support for David Spade on Facebook, as one might expect. Philippines, a big Facebook-oriented country. We do have a rail for the bunker in the chat. Some support for the Vietnamese players as well. Very cool to see. Understandable to not see too much Chinese support on YouTube, but still some shoutouts for Jinlong. Certainly a style of play. Thinking back to the final two tables, Stephen, I believe it was Ankit Ahuja and I in the booth, so you might not have caught it, but Jinlong loves the all-in button. Found the jam with over 20 bigs with pocket fours from the hijack. Here he is, down to the final 7. It's worked thus far.
Well, David Spades picked up a hand. Pocket 8, very lucky numbers. Oh, there you go. That money's going in. Ace Jack off. Now or never.
Oh, here we go. Chat and rail. Dave Spades rail versus the bunker. It's going to be a flip to the extent the blinds don't get active. David is certainly calling this off.
Okay, off we go.
Off we go. In comes the call. Greg, lead us through it.
Okay, all in and a call for the main event. It looks like Dipankar is all in for his tournament life with pocket, with ace jack offsuit. Regina. Dipankar's all in for his tournament life with ace jack off versus pocket 8. He needs to find an ace or a jack for his tournament life. Regina, when you're ready, let's see a flop. Ace in the window, queen 10. A great flop for Dipankar. Finds a pair of aces, is against a pair of 8s. Just needs to fade the 8. The turn. The 4 of clubs, very clean. Dipankar just needs to
That's
fade
half an
2
8.
outs for his tournament life. Regina the River.
2 outs going once.
Double
Safe.
up for Dipankar Gupta of India.
That's a quarter of an 8.
No good, sir.
Still not an 8.
Dave Spade crippled. Still has 3.8 million. 25 bigs or so. Far side from where he started out. Chip leading the table with 55 bigs. Very much in the mix, though. He's seen it all, done it all. Knows how to navigate every stack depth. Just lost a flip. It is certainly a part of final table poker.
It's definitely part of tournament poker in general. I was talking about this yesterday in the Cantonese booth. I reckon you need to, in a main event with about 1,000 runners, 1,000 entries, you need to win at least 7 flips to get to the FT, I reckon.
To get to the FT? Yeah, that sounds about right.
To win the whole thing. To win the whole thing.
To
7
close it
flips.
out. I agree. I'd actually go a bit larger than that. If you include
Even
soft
more than
flips,
7 flips?
Like soft flips? Like, the king queens versus the ace deuces? Probably more.
Yeah, 6 to 4, I call it a flip.
Yeah, then I'd go more.
Yeah,
and I heard
then
Sam
it
and you
have to be
discuss, with Sam being way off, of course, how many hands you need to play.
He's a 6,000.
Yeah, Sam
Silly boy.
notoriously bad at math. Good at poker somehow, but bad at math. That being said, I do remember one of the earliest books I read on poker that I found truly influenced me in terms of understanding tournaments. It was Gus Hansen's book, called Every Hand Revealed. Yeah, and it came down to, I think he played 50 hands in terms of not got dealt 50 hands. He actually got involved in 50 hands and won the Aussie Millions. So I was like, oh, that's it. All you need to do is play 50 hands well. You can win the Aussie Millions.
Sounds very easy to me. Ace king off. Pretty short stacked. Could be a case of just ripping it in. Yep.
You see Parth in chat, by the way, goes by your poker guy. Your poker guy, pardon me. Join me in the booth in APT Taipei. Steven, what do you think? Is this a call?
I would fold, but yeah, I'll fold. I think it goes up to maybe pocket eights, pocket sevens will be my cutoff here.
Always tough to call it off when you're flipping at best, dominated at worst, and it's the final table of the main event. Your tournament life would be on the line, effectively. Chip stacks would be playing a role as well, mind you. 3 stacks between 14 and 18. Wang being at 18. If you can wait out the other 2 stacks, you'd go from 25 to 47k for 5th. Has to be a factor.
It's a fold.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go.
What did you fold? What did you fold? Wow, the 3 short stacks are just completely neck to neck.
They're not that short, mind you. 16 bigs is plenty. The average blind's weighted towards, let's say, the bigger stacks. Maybe there's 1 middle stack in the form of Dave Spade, 24 bigs. All of a sudden, I feel some tension. Might be reading into it, but 3 short stacks with massive pay jumps. 4th place, by the way, good for 60,000. So if you can survive the short stacks, you're talking about going from 25 to 60. Faraz Shaka says, I miss playing poker in Asia. Well, Faraz, come on down. I know you're friendly with Greg Goes All In. I'm sure he's made the pitch, the APT. Super fun.
Ooh. Wow, got ace 10 to fold in the small blind. Ace 5 suited. The holy hand in GTO.
GTO hand getting it done from +1. Fearless, living up to his reputation. The bunker now. No longer the shortest stack. What a spin up. Wins the flip with the ace jack. Now 19 bigs, 3rd from the bottom. Making it look easy out there.
So here's a question from Mr. Win on YouTube. So he says, there are many foreign players at the table. Is there a rule that requires them to use English? Well, the general rule is the local language plus English at the table. So, say in the old days in Macau, Cantonese, Mandarin were spoken as well as English at the table. That's the general rule around the world for a poker tournament. The local language plus, or languages even, plus English. Dipanka, once again, raising it up from early position, this time with ace-jack suited, which is less desirable than ace-5 suited, of course.
I know you say it in jest, but you never know. Might be true. Ace-8 suited, on the other hand, against the UTG range.
Very undesirable.
You know, he raised his eyebrows and then grabbed chips, so giving away
And
some
folds.
tells. Yeah, he just lets it go.
He's an actor. He's an actor. You said it yourself.
Actually, Justin in chat was pointing out how Dave spade when he was in a tricky pot against Tien Vu. 8s versus queens. Might have picked up some tells, but then again, Tien Vu is an actor. Might be giving out some tells on purpose. And by the way, the bunker has spun his way to 4x his stack, 21 bigs in just the space of a few hands. And his demeanor, composure, posture, expression, unchanged. I can respect that. Indians in the chat, how are we feeling? 21 bigs for the bunker. Made it look easy. Are you opening ace-5 suited there? Sometimes you see a move and you realize what separates the best from the rest. Fearlessness, study, good looks, just things just lacking on.
Oh, got fireworks in this hand then. Pocket sixes opens. +1 has ace queen off. It's a difficult spot actually for +1 because he's not actually very deep. 3-betting is almost committing. He's got so many players to act after him. But he decided to go for route 1 again. All in for 17 big blinds. Now there's a decision here for O, who has...
Well, he is the chip leader, mind you.
I know it's very close. Once again, the theory goes you don't really want to kill the short stacks because you're relieving the ICM pressure at the table. You rather keep them in, nice and tight at the bottom so that everyone is keeping honest.
.3 to win 3.4. Not the greatest of odds with sixes. He lets it go. And a fantastic pickup there for one of the shortest stacks as well. Min now. 3.3 million in his stack. 20 bigs.
I don't blame him for folding.
So 2 short stacks got a nice little boost. The bunker and Min. Wang now from China, shortest at 16. His turn, perhaps? Justin says, I think if it's the $200 Super Hyper Turbo, you open ace-5 suited. And maybe most people in the 1500 main event final table don't open ace-5 suited. But the fact of the matter is, it should be the opposite.
This is absolutely the opposite for me. Oh, that's exposed.
Yeah, first card being dealt, redeal, no big deal. That's a nice one though. I don't know if you
sorry,
saw
back
that,
to that. Just I think it's a jack of clubs.
Oh, okay, I thought it was a queen, but still, no big deal.
Okay,
Sorry, you
it
were saying.
Broadway card. No, it's the absolute opposite for me. If it's a super duper hyper turbo, then you don't open with ace-5 suited. You just jam ace-5 suited straight away. Right.
I did catch our 11 p.m. Super Hyper Turbo yesterday. Actually, it wasn't even the Super, which is the 5-minute level. It's just for fun. It was the Hyper Turbo, and I saw a table. The reason I was watching as Greg Goes All In was playing it. A table went all in blind, 4 people. Ace King versus Ace King versus 7-4 versus 7 Deuce. And what do you know? The straight to the 7.
Oh, yo.
Ace King for Jin Long. Online bracelet winner at the WSOP. Well over $500,000 in live earnings. Still though, would be by far his biggest score. 52,000 currently is the largest score on his Hendon Mob. $42 bigs tied up top. The stacks have gotten scrunched. 2 small stacks, 2 mid stacks, and 3 larger stacks, but nobody has dominant chip lead. Who wants to be table captain? Who do you think should be table captain, Steven? With the 2 stacks tied at the top, do you have to be cautious, or are you trying to separate yourself from the other one?
I think being cautious is the way forward here.
Gotta respect that ICM. It's actually essentially 3 stacks tied at the top. Tien Wu also has 38 bigs versus co-chip leaders having 42. So just a couple of antes here and there.
Go on. Yeah, that's it.
Justin says with these stacks, the cards determine the captain. I like the expression. That being said, fearlessness goes a long way. Ace-3 suited. Relatively standard in the high jack. He's facing the shorter stacks to his left until he gets to the big blind. Small blind, pardon me. Jensuk lets it go. Another reason the open is favorable, and Min lets the 7-5 off go as well. That pickup, meaning we have 3 chip leaders. Very, very interesting stacks. Who wants to break away? And mind you, any stack doubling up would essentially tie them for the chip lead.
O is enjoying his lunch. So what's the food like at the resort?
Tons of options. Sit-down restaurants, but actually, if you just walk 10, 12 minutes, you get to Grand World, which is this, I was trying to tell you the other day, sort of a artificial Venice that they've built.
Yeah.
And then it's just food option after food option. Tons of coffee places, massage places, extremely affordable massage places. And big seafood place, Phu Quoc. We are on an island, of course. Unfortunately, I cannot partake, but others
there you
seem to be
go.
making the most.
Ace King off.
Dipankar good.
Finally, a very legitimate hand.
Yeah, he could
Much more
exceed.
so than Ace-5 suited.
Definitely. He's got Ace-5 suited, then Ace-Jack, and now Ace-King. A pickup here would mean he gets above 20 bigs, but for now, Jinlong with the 10-8 rips it. He loves ripping it and runs into the Ace-King. Dipankar is going to take the spot. Mind you, Steven, this is a soft flip taking into account folded hands. It's Dipankar at risk. But a double up would tie him for the chip lead as we head to the flop with Greg.
At the main event, who's all in at risk, please? Okay, thank you very much. Dipankar's all in for his tournament life with Ace-King off versus 10-8 suited. He just needs to hold. He just needs to fade the 10, the 8, or a bunch of clubs. Or Jack 9-7. The flop, please, Regina.
flop.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. The flop is 9-7 deuce, 2 clubs.
Dipankar is a heavy
is
dog.
ahead with ace high, but is he really against a straight flush draw?
He's not.
Open-ended straight flush draw? He's got to fade everything. The turn is the 8 of spades. Teddy takes the lead with a pair of 8s. Dipankar needs to find
this is rough shape.
an ace or a king. That's not a club. The river is the 10 of hearts. That's a good game for Dipankar Gupta of India, out in 7th place of the main event.
Ooh.
A rough way to leave the field. Dipankar goes out in 7th. The Indian Rail and others who were playing on other tables come out and give him the fist bumps. Unfortunate, literally nothing he could do. I told you, Stephen, Jin Long loves going all in. Takes the spot with 10-8 of clubs and flops. The open-ended straight flush draw, perhaps it was over right then. GG, the chat is going to hate that, but GG is all about. Leave some nice messages for the Dipankar folks as we see a montage of his play. I'm sure he's going to watch the stream in the future. Very, very well played, representing my home country as best as he could. Walks away with 25,000 USD. What a score. Crosses about 150,000 on his hand and mob.
So the often discussed strategy as a short stack is something called shove fold strategy. So when you have a legitimate hand, you just shove them all. There's no min clicking, no 3-betting. You just push it through to just get maximum fold equity. I think for someone like, you know, at a table with a big blind like Hu, it might actually be the way to go.
I mean, with ace king.
Because, yeah, with a range of strong hands, you know, up to something like, you know, queen jack suited, etc., etc. Because you get your maximum fold equity.
Yeah, you know, they say
Yeah, who wasn't gonna call off with 10-8 suited.
No, he loves going all in. He doesn't love calling it off. So you're right. Ace king, the drawing hand, as they say, obviously doesn't love to be all in given ICM at any spot. But I think with Dipankar being essentially a top reg in India at this point, crossing about $1 million on his online earnings, he'll probably take that spot anytime he gets it. Gets unlucky there. Ended up sort of a soft play pre-flop, and it's a heavy dog post-flop. But Jin Long, who now emerges as the runaway chip leader, we kept talking about who can break away. He was putting ICM pressure, but ended up in a tricky spot, and the poker gods have come to his rescue. What does he want to do with those towers of plaques that he's building? The yellows 250, the whites 100K. Meanwhile, this spot is brewing as well. Goes check, check, which should enable some value for David Spade. 1.1 million in the middle. Second pair best kicker for men. GG's in the chat for Dipankar. Some exclamations for the all-in. WTFs. Well, if you're surprised.
Welcome to Facebook. This is not Facebook, it's YouTube. Why did they say WTF? Sorry.
That confused me for a while. Welcome to Facebook. By the way, big bet. Making it look bluffy. 700K, 60% bot. Speaking of Facebook, with David Spade in the pot, the Facebook chat excitedly asking him to bring home the trophy.
Ooh, that's a beautiful pickup for David Spade. Got second top pair to call off a river bet.
Yeah, just wrapped a bluff convincingly. Hijack versus button pot. Makes it look easy. Chips up nicely. 30 bigs now. Much more comfortable than he was a moment ago. 2 shorties left after the bunker takes our leave. 12 bigs, 14 bigs. So for those of you surprised at Jinlong's shove, it's clear you were not with us during the final 2 table coverage yesterday. As I've been telling Steven, the man loves to go all in, which is another way of saying the man loves to put maximum pressure. Mind you, the bunker had made a move early on. I believe he had 4-bet bluffed Junsuk O with the A7-0 and snap folded, so Jinlong knew there should be plenty of bluffs and plenty of hands that have to fold because of ICM, the bunker's range.
Yep.
I mean, the ace king off insta call. Ace jack, are you insta calling? I don't know.
Nope.
Ace queen?
Yeah.
If you've
Ace
done
jack
your
insta folding.
If you've
For
done your
sure.
homework though against Jinlong, it's much tougher.
I think the problem with that, the homework, in quotes, is that the sample size is still way too small, right?
Oh, Steven, sometimes the pattern can emerge pretty quickly, if you know what I mean. I mean, let's just say I'm not surprised to see Jinlong take that spot. He has certainly proven himself pressure friendly.
Well, we will see a flop here. Jack high board. Neither players hit any of this flop. Definitely favors the big blind a lot more than the button. Well, not a lot more, but a bit more. But who is going to bet? We get a fold. Yeah, he's a bet kind of guy, isn't he?
Crosses 10 million. 64 bigs, I believe, with 795 entries. Should be about 32 million chips in play. 30% of them with Jinlong. Justin says David called him with the ace-9 yesterday on the feature table. Indeed, Jinlong got there. He had the queen-jack on that occasion. Actually, Justin, if you look at the live reporting, I believe he outdid ace-king with his ace-queen. And now has a huge chip lead at the final table. Could it just be Jinlong's time? I did start out the coverage wondering who's going to win.
And what did you say?
I was making a pun, Steven. Right up your alley.
Oh.
Are you referring to the ace-10 open? Oh, opens it up.
Oh. Let me just Ambitious 3-bet from the big blind. Getting a call from UTG, which is going to make him a little bit concerned.
And we're heading to the flop. Ace-3 versus Ace-10. Open-ender and 2 overs for Jun Seok. Not to mention, has his opponent covered. This can get very tricky for David to navigate. Checks and effectively gives up, and a quick bet and the takedown. David sending a million chips Jun Seok's way. He's certainly middle of the pack. 24 bigs, 3.8 million. $35,000 USD locked up. $12,000 pay jump. And with 2 short stacks, maybe worth mentioning that 4th place is good for 60,000 USD. So you can add 25,000 if you're one of the middle stacks and wait out the sub 15 BB stacks. All the Vietnamese in the chat should signal support for Tien Vu and the Australian as well, Min. They make up a third of the field. South Korea, Jun Seok Oh, second in chips. 2 players from China still around, and of course Dave Spade from the Philippines.
All right, here we go. Button, king, queen off. Yep. There we go. 2.1 big blinds open. Will defend that with 5-3 suited. Let's see the flop. There is a diamond on board.
And a gut shot to the wheel. Could be plenty.
Very straightforward c-bet here though. Ace and a king. Okay, I'll call. Pairs of the deuce. Checks it again, and it might actually slow down Vu here because, okay, now there's no slowing down. No, don't wrap that. Yeah, nice hand, but not good enough.
A healthy pickup there. Second in chips now. Overtaking Jun Seok. Everybody eyeing Jin Long up top. Perhaps looking downwards as well at the 2 short stacks. Six remaining. Seems like just yesterday, because it was just the day before yesterday when we had 331, whittling down all the way to 50. Then coming in and whittling down to the final table of 9. It's always fun to be familiar with some of these players, their playing styles. Thinking back to Mr. All-In the frame, Jin Long. Adds so much context as we follow the journeys, get to know them a bit.
As you say, a pattern emerges.
Yeah, sometimes within a small sample size. I mean, if you think about poker as well, especially live poker, I mean, that's what you're trying to do, right? Small sample size, figure out some patterns, frequencies, and adjust accordingly. It's part of the game. Part of coverage
Very
as
true.
well. And sometimes you have tons of history on a player, and sometimes it's the opposite. These players, mind you, across final few tables, have certainly played with each other one way or the other, without homework, just by being on the table for, I believe it was 12 hours on day 2, maybe too big a field there to necessarily interact, but day 3, I think we had like a 10-hour day, 11-hour day yesterday. Shout out for Korea in the chat. Says Korea, go, go. Supporting Junseok. Very nice. Seems very comfortable. Having his lunch.
Having his lunch, bluffing with 5 high. It's a good day at the office.
I must correct you, Stephen. He had ace king high.
Of course, yeah. You play the board?
Played
Playing
the
the board. Having a bit of lunch. I saw him opening up a can of Sprite.
Yeah, I just double checked, by the way. It's 7-Up. They love 7-Up here.
What's a 7-Up, is it?
It's so funny which beverage just dominates in which region. Sometimes it's because of distribution deals and such, but I actually wanted a Coke Zero, and they said they only have Pepsi and 7-Up.
Oh, interesting. Well, I can see 7-Up being popular, or as in like a lime soda type drink being popular in Vietnam, because that's kind of the national drink in a way. A lime soda. But no Coca-Cola. How fascinating.
Chin Long. Don't do it. All in with the ace-6-0. Dave Spade must be thinking, why would I open when I know Chin Long's going to do that?
Maybe he hasn't spotted the pattern.
And maybe Chin Long hasn't spotted that other options are available.
It's like some people always get into bad relationships, you know? They just can't help themselves.
Yeah. It's almost exactly like that. Dave Spade. Just trying.
Look at him.
Once more.
He looks like he just had a bad breakup.
Mind you, the table would have taken note. We saw a showdown with the 10-8 suited. Obviously, that's what catapulted Chin Long into this huge chip lead. Now he did use the ace blocker. Justin in chat was mentioning how he gets it in without having an ace this time around. Not the case. I mean, you have to fear a man like that. He has a chip lead now, but you never know what's going to happen. Nothing scarier than a lack of fear on the poker table.
Hey Gilbert, how are you? Welcome back.
Uh-oh.
He's saying, yep.
This time around, Junseok has 6 million. And who is in the small?
He's 3-betting instead of shuffling.
He's 3-betting small. Talk about mixing it up.
Uh-huh. Pattern? What pattern he's thinking? Oh, calls it off though. Okay, flop comes queen, 3-3. Bets in the 3-better pre-flop. Just going to stand up to the bully. Main is getting very short, below 10 big blinds now. So we're 12 minutes away from until the end of this level.
Jumping to 200k, big. Not too big an increment. Everything will feel big to the short stacks though. Certainly the story of the hour has emerged as Jin Long-Hu from China. Just a reminder, 600k on his handed mob. His largest life cash is 52,000. Has locked up 35. Another spot in terms of the ladder will essentially even his largest stack. One more will exceed it.
Okay, this hand is interesting. Sorry, this hand is interesting. Hijack opens, and Vu has picked up pocket sixes from the big blind.
Yeah, what are you expecting, Stephen?
He's going to call, okay. Yeah, calling is fine because the calling. I was going to say call, but I thought I saw him cutting a big stack. I was like,
Oh my goodness. Just the nuts.
Oh well. Not end of the penny though.
Well, partly
check it. Go on.
Pocket sixes.
Go on, check it. Oh.
Nah, two spades, unblocking the aces and kings. Just goes for value. And gets... Oh, no fold yet. It's just one big, but a long-winded fold. A circuitous fold. Interesting.
It's very much like a Pokemon ball throw.
Yeah,
like,
curveball.
Curveball.
I was going to point out, by the way, that the pocket sixes, obviously, and certainly mix and calling is very reasonable considering. Look at the ICM, 2 stacks hovering around 11 bigs. I think actually from an ICM perspective, a calling probably mandatory. That being said, let's not forget the metagame. Junsuk has been getting 3-bet, and he tends to snap off a 3-bet, pre-flop at least.
I think if I was in Vu's shoes, I would definitely not want anything. I don't want to blow the pot too much.
Exactly.
I think that will be my my meta here. No point playing big pots at this stage.
Surviving 2 spots gets you an extra 25,000 USD. Those are the 2 short stacks in the mix. Has to be a huge consideration.
Each big blind now is 4 starting stacks.
You know how people who are essentially cheating mark cards? I wonder if it's relatively kosher to mark a chip. And then I would try and spot it on the stream and be like, that's my chip he's betting with.
Have you been in the booth for a long time, Vito?
10 ABTs, Stephen. It's getting to me.
Have
think
you ever tried, marking a banknote to see whether it will come back to you?
Oh, no, I haven't. Although, can I just say, my mom, whenever she discusses the nostalgia of growing up in, the 70s and how they didn't have much to do, said they used to mark sparrows.
What?
Yeah, they just put a little bit of paint on some bird that came to the roof or the terrace and then just see if they could spot them in the future.
Whew.
Things were
Things were
interesting before the internet.
I was going to say before YouTube. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Ace Spades got other ideas. Raises it up. I think a 4-bet jam is incoming.
Yeah, this would be so much trickier if the stacks were reversed. Tien Vu rips it. David has been getting the short end of the stick, has been taking his spots as he likes to do. Have to admire the fearlessness. That being said, constantly running into relative top of ranges. With that, a little bit of action. I'll quickly get some lunch as I welcome Sam back into the booth.
Hello, hello. How are you doing, Stephen?
Good afternoon, Sam. Ooh, aces.
Hello. Look at that. And look at this dough. Up to 8 million in chips for the actor from Vietnam.
He's got someone like David Spade behind him who's been pretty active.
Yeah. Ooh. 7-6 just makes it straight into the muck.
3 Jews off. No good.
No. So, Stephen, tell me, the past hour, who's been your favorite so far? Who do you think's played very well over the last hour?
Whew. I'll say O. O's been playing well.
Okay.
Yeah, seat number 1. Enjoying his stir-fried noodles and a can of 7-Up. Other carbonated beverages are available. Vu has been doing okay.
Yeah.
And I think the man of the hour must have been Who
Okay.
Jam 10-8 suited from the big blind. Rejam. Like 3-bet jam.
Yeah.
10-8 suited and just hit everything on the flop.
Yeah, but I really like
Video
the
was
way
telling
that,
me.
Oh,
sorry, go on.
No. You.
No, Video was telling me that he was doing that yesterday as well at the end of during the last frame of the stream.
Yeah, I heard. Like pocket fours for 20-something bigs in the hijack. I like the way that Tian View played the pocket queens hand. Very small 4-bet pre-flop, which you don't see often. You know, a lot of players will just go all in there, but managed to get a nice small bet in on the flop as well at less than 1 SPR. Maximize the value of his pocket queens. Ooh, gets a walk with 9-3 off.
Who gets a walk again?
Yeah.
Oh, who? Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's okay, Steven. I have enough caffeine with me to put up with your shenanigans.
Oh.
I got myself a coconut coffee.
A coconut coffee?
Yeah.
Sweetened or not?
No. Hate sugar.
That's a strong word for sugar. Doesn't deserve
don't like
it.
I guess not. Hasn't done anything wrong.
Apart from obesity, yeah.
Obesity, and probably the cause of many, many wars. Is there an owl in the commentator booth? Who would that be?
Well, when I grew up in the 90s, late 80s, 90s, and then...
Wait, what?
Late
Sorry,
80s,
what?
90s, yeah. I
No,
grew
no,
up
no.
in the late 80s and 90s.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Steven, you're not 33.
Well, no, growing up as in, you know, I was a teenager. That's when you're growing up, right?
Okay.
How
I
else
see.
would you say it?
I don't know. I think in your shoes, you can see you were growing up in the 50s.
I'm not Yoda.
How was it before electricity?
Yeah, black and white TV was excellent.
But sorry, go on. In the late 80s, 90s?
So like the grown-ups would be talking about music from the 60s and 70s.
Mhm.
And the running joke is always The Who.
Oh.
There's a band called
Yeah.
The Who. So, yeah, so I'm very happy to regurgitate that joke at this final table.
There you go.
Very happy.
Ace deuce off is jamming for 7 bigs. Not too much fold equity on 7 bigs, but with 9-3 off, and considering you will take a massive dent on a min stack, does get it through. Very nice pickup there.
We have 3 pretty short stacks now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, talk about my generation, yes. Wow. Very good. And did you fire any bullets last night? Any turbo events? Any hyper, super, ultra turbo events?
No, I was recovering from the players' party, so I went straight to bed.
I did see you. Actually, I did watch you closing off last night. Your eyes did not open once.
Really?
you rewatch it. You were maybe the lights were too bright, and then your eyes were affected, of course. But you did not open your eyes.
Oh dear. Here we are. We got a hijack raise. Big blind defend.
Oh.
Very deep stacks here. 10, 7, 6. Both players with a gut shot here. Doe's ace still way out in the lead.
And they're not fake gut shot draws either.
No, these are real ones. They both have fake flush draws, though. Check, check. I like it. Deuce of spades, a huge brick.
Now both players have fake flush draws.
Yes. Check from Doe. Quick bet from Jang Chua. Doesn't look big. 225k. And a call from Tien Vu. 7 of spades on the river. Hits both players a little bit. A 7. Because both of them are going to play a 7 very similarly.
Wow. Quick check, check.
Yeah.
Considering, I think maybe 2 orbits ago, O tried to bluff Vu with, I think the board was 3 juices and then ace and the king. He had 5-3 or something. He
Okay.
just bluffed the river.
Yeah.
He got snapped off. So,
What did Vu have?
a king. King, queen.
Wow.
King, queen off.
Nice call. Yeah, Vu is not one to be bullied. Oh, look, he's got Ferrari
his,
pants.
Yeah, he's exactly. He's got his original outfit back on.
Yeah, we did
That's what
mention
he
at the
wore
beginning
on
of the
day
stream
2.
that Vidur
Yeah.
thought you would like that. Oh, that's a nice 360 shot. Shout out to our camera team.
By the way, they've been betting like 2.1 big blinds and stuff.
Oh, that must be annoying you
And-
so much.
But because I didn't complain because I thought Vidur wouldn't kind of sympathize the same way as you do. So I just went, ooh, that's a nice bet. Yeah, let's just bet 2.1 big blinds. Yeah, that makes sense. You have hotkeys for those sizings.
Me? No, I've got.
I do.
Do you
Yeah.
really?
Oh, did you have a number pad? You just like type in some random numbers.
No, I've got 2 big blinds, 3.5, and all in.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Now I set up some hotkeys for like 6 different sizing.
Oh, that's
And
too
just
many for
get it.
pre-flop. Oh, David picks it up with the king, queen of spades in the big blind, sitting on 2.24 million. Yeah, blinds have doubled since the beginning of the day. Usually happens around every 3 hours.
Have you made your pick for the day? Who do you fancy winning?
I think it's between Jinlong and Hu. Sorry, Hu Jinlong and Do Tianvu. I think both of them are playing very well, very aggressive. And they have the chips to boot. How about you?
Yeah, well, to start off the day, I thought David Spade having that many chips would be unbeatable.
Yep. Yep. I shared that sentiment.
And then I thought, oh, the Indian player, Dipankar, you know, he looked really good. So I thought he would have a chance. And
yeah. Oh, he played very well yesterday.
He played well today too.
Yeah, I think he played well today too. I like the A7 bluff there. I know chat hated it. All right, nice spot for David to jam here.
It's a marmalade.
It's a marmalade. Yeah, it's just in case big blind goes in and then Tianvu also, like calls, then he could just fold. Keep his 40K.
And he's free money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the pay jumps are quite significant here. If he just folds, it does suck to leave yourself with only 40K, but the difference from 6th to 5th is 12,000 USD.
That's 10 buy-ins. It's a lot.
Yeah.
So the Corona room is still buzzing with a lot of players. The double stack event is down to the last 2 tables. I hear Barry Wong from Hong Kong is still in for a shout.
Do you
for a
know
top
him?
price of over 30,000. Yeah, he's played at the same streaming table as you have. He's another handsome devil, actually.
Oh, he was 2 to my right, wasn't he?
No, he didn't play that same session, but he's played on the same table. He's played at HKBPA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's not Nick.
Right, yeah, that's Nick I'm thinking of. How did you remember that?
Yeah. Anyway. Right, that's an all-in from Ming.
Pocket nines versus King 6 offsuit. O jammed in the small blind with King 6 off. Tan called. Less
Pocket
than
nines
10
is
bigs
as
with pocket
legitimate as it's
nines.
going to get.
Yeah. Very happy to look down at that in the big blind with
Nines
6.6
are
bigs.
at risk. Just needs to fade the king. Jenny, when you're ready, let's see your flop. Flop comes Jack 10 deuce. Very clean for Tan. Just needs to fade the runner on a straight or the king. The turn. The ace of clubs. Tan just needs to fade a king and a queen. Jenny, the river. Is a 6 and 9s will double up.
Nice, well-timed double up there for Min, up to 2.85 million. That's what, 14 and a bit blinds? Comfortable.
Just call it 14.
Yeah.
Well, not comfortable, but the pressure is definitely relieved slightly.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, having posted the big blind just now, he's got another 4 hands, 5 hands until he has to be involved again.
Yeah.
Well, until he's forced to be involved again.
Yeah.
We have a new short stack in Wang, 6.6 bigs. He's been very quiet.
Yeah, yeah.
Great contrast to the man next to him, who's been very active. Animated with his different facial expressions as well. Big blinds coming, Mr. Wang.
Yes, it is. One hand away. All right, king, queen. What do? You shove this or limp to trap?
I would actually open and wait for who to shove and snap it off.
Oh, I think I prefer limp rather than open.
Oh.
Just because I think you get a little bit more value from if who
He's
has
taking
like
the third option.
Yeah.
What do we know? No, I don't like the limp because you'll get checked behind and then you don't know where you're at all.
I just think you get a bit of value from those really junky hands like the 9 deuce off and stuff. It'll bump it up to 3 blinds and you shove and take it down. I feel like anything there makes sense.
Apart from folding.
Yeah, of course. Have you seen that
Or
YouTube
picking-
video talking about balancing your folding range?
There'll be loads of those. Tell me a bit more.
I'll send it to you. I think you'll really, really enjoy it.
Oh, is it one of those jokey ones, is it?
It is, but it's extremely dry.
Okay, oh, then I like it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Small blind. Who? Shoving the 10-4 of diamonds. Wang only has 5 pigs. That's kind of crazy, but gets it through. 10 million chips in whose stack. Good for roughly 30% of the chips in play.
Queen 9 off. Yeah, get rid.
Yeah, Justin does bring up a good point. He's got the 7 big blind stack going into the big blind next hand. The king queen should just be a shove or fold. You really don't want to get shoved on and have to call it off.
But I think against who, I'm okay to be shoved on.
Yeah? I mean,
I think so.
It's a 30% chance to you busting
Yeah.
6th for a 12k pay jump. And does 25 blinds doesn't really get you up that much in at this table. You'll still be that middling stack. I don't think it gives you enough playability.
Okay, Wang is in. Time banking a little bit. Four big blinds. There's no fold equity here. Another one. Justin Fairbanks makes a very fair point, which is who has been winning all those flips? Yeah, well, that must be a consideration.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
it.
Wang Haozhou is all in for his tournament life. He jams 4 big blinds from the small blind with Jack 6 off. Gets called by King 10 offsuit. Wang Haozhou needs to find a Jack or a 6 or a lot of clubs. Jenny the flop. Flop comes 5-5 deuce. No help for Wang. Needs to find a Jack or a 6 or runner straight. The turn is the king of clubs. And that will be a good game for Wang Hao Zhao. The river, please, Jenny. It does not matter. He is drawing dead. Folks, please give it up for your 6th place finisher of the APT main event, Wang Hao Zhao of China.
GG eliminated in 6th place. Good for 35,530 USD. Not a bad payday. As we go on and play the final 5. Everyone now guaranteed 47,000 USD off a $1,400 buy-in. Playing for 185K up top.
Well, congratulations to Wang. It's always the high roller event you can jump into.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we will be bringing you day 2 of that event. Every hand will be streamed at the feature table. Ten-9 suited.
Ooh. Is this a reshove?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, from cutoff. I think hijack, probably not, but. Yep. Makes it 2.8, takes it down. No, in the big one, I don't think that one matters because there's no one else to get through. So just, I think all in makes more sense.
Definitely.
You know, what if you disconnect, Steven?
We don't live in the Matrix. Last time I checked.
That's the point of the Matrix, isn't it? You don't know if you're living in it. Pocket aces for Min. Do you think he'll min raise?
Oh, I like it. Yeah, Min will min raise.
Watch him do 2.1.
Oh, please don't. Or just type in a bunch of random numbers, you know, like 4218 or something like that.
4218.
1,000.
Let's see. All in. Oh. It's a big shove from under the gun. I don't think there's any hands you want to be shoving. I guess they're 5-handed, so it's hijack. Ray Chu. Where's Ray?
Ray is at home in Hong Kong. What's up?
There was a note on the bottom of the screen that had his name.
Oh.
Shout out Ray. Hope you're doing good. One of our lovely floor. Well, Steven, looks like you did the opposite of a min raise.
No, I said Min will raise.
Oh, right.
Oh. Yeah. The buy-in for this tournament is about 1,100.
14, 17.
14 even.
Yeah.
14.
So who has ace queen suited here? Opening up to 400k. David with the pocket deuces here, sitting on 17 lines. Oh, is he jamming?
He's just counting up, no? Oh, it's just...
No, there it
Ooh.
is.
Oh, it's a fake jam again.
Yeah. Quick all in. This is a huge flip. 7.4 million in the middle.
Dave Spade from the Philippines is all in for his tournament life with red deuces versus ace queen suited. Dave Spade Erquiaga from the Philippines is flipping for his tournament life. 5 players left in the main event. He just needs to fade the ace, queen, and a bunch of hearts. Jenny, the flop.
Whoa.
Flop is queen, jack, 3. Ace, queen takes the lead. Dave needs a deuce. He needs the deuce of spades, deuce of clubs. Nothing else will do. Jenny, the turn. Is the king of clubs. Doesn't change much. David needs a spade. Pardon me. David needs a deuce. Deuce of spades works as well.
Greg has
Jenny, River of Dreams
caught
for
with fake
Dave's
frustration.
tournament life.
Yes.
Folks, please get
Oh,
off your
that's
5th
gonna
place.
do it.
It's a spade! It's a spade! Greg! It's a spade!
It's a spade! Do you know what's so sick? Is that David used his one time against me in Manila. I think he should have saved
yeah?
it. He should have saved it for this spot. That was, yeah, that's bad strategy there. But GG to David. That is a huge, huge score, 47,000 USD. And Steven, they are dropping like flies. We are down to our final 4 players. Everyone guaranteed 60,000 USD.
I like David Spade. I think he's a cool guy.
He's a very cool guy. Really nice, too.
And then there are 4. One of each, eh? South Korea, Australia,
Vietnam
China.
and China.
And Vietnam, yeah. Justin Fairbanks says Dave Spade doesn't need a Ferrari jacket to look cool, but you will help.
It will help.
He may not need it.
Another walk for who? Up to 14 million in chips. Is that half the chips in play? I think
Almost
it's 32.
half the chips in play.
Yeah, so 16 mil will be half the chips.
But recapping this amazing main event, we've seen some very interesting characters in the past 3 days. I particularly enjoyed the way Van Sang played. He was very cool.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
day
same.
2. I think yesterday Nagami had a very good showing.
Yep.
The man with
Surprised
the,
to not see him at this final table. He had 3.5 million halfway through day 2.
I think he hit a set and then Villain hit a straight on the turn.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was running very, very hot. Had to come eventually.
You cannot bowl. I know this, but I know bully you. I know you don't care. I can. Check.
Vu his bottom pair against who? Vu versus who?
Who?
Vu.
Vu, right.
Vu. And who? Oh. Oh well. Anyway.
None of these players have a Hong Tai for final table. Guess they don't need it. I'm really going for the
that
sponsorship.
statement is completely universal. I guess they don't need it, as in the they, as in anyone.
No.
It's not just these 4 players.
I'm trying to get a sponsorship.
Yeah, well.
APT official sponsor of.
Other herbal inhalers are available.
All right. Down to 4-handed. You do see the starting hand quality decrease, but Jack 10 suited, very playable. $450. Oh, it works. Vu getting close to crossing the 10 million chip mark.
We've entered a different phase of play right now. You know, with no more, 2 or 3 short stacks. The ICM pressure is completely relieved, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then they are really looking at that Golden Lion trophy, thinking, "Come home with me."
Oh yeah.
Well, speaking of a Golden Lion, I have a very small, slightly golden cat sitting on my lap right now. The weather has changed a lot in Hong Kong. It's turned a little bit cool, a little bit cold, and the cat's just become very snuggly. Just very affectionate. Yeah, well, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Make sure you don't pet it that extra time, otherwise it'll go from purring to attack.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Under the gun, open. Min with King 9 offsuit in the big blind. How many blinds do you have? 14.
14.
Yeah.
Just call it 14, please.
I don't know if a shove is going to get Who off of a hand like King Jack.
And you want something like 10-9, 9-8 to go in, right?
Yeah.
Nope, he's jamming.
Yeah, you want to call when you can dominate your opponents, and you want to jam when you can make them fold hands that dominate you.
Wow, just watch the screen. I think Ming almost exposed his cards, thinking Who was calling.
Ooh. Let's see. Oh, yeah, almost. It does not look like Who saw. I just watched it back.
Would that play on your mind, that your opponent is so willing to show down? How would you feel?
I would just ignore it because it could be a reverse tell. And I don't want to play that game, so I'll just ignore it.
I generally do ignore all the tells at the table. I'm on your
There's the
side
call.
here.
First tournament life, 4-handed in APT main event. Cut off open, he jammed 15 big blinds from the big blind with King 10 offsuit, King 9 offsuit. Tang from Australia is all in for his tournament life with King 9 offsuit versus Ace 8 of spades. He needs to find a king or a 9. Jenny the flop. Flop comes Ace 8 5. King 9 way behind. Needs to find perfect, runner. The turn. Will seal the deal. Jenny the river whenever you want. And folks, that will be 4th place for Tan Ming Trong of Australia.
Yeah, GG to Min. Played a very, very good game. Maybe could have chipped up there with the aces a bit if he went for a raise, but other than that, I think he did what he could. And he will be going home with 60,000 USD. And just like that, Stephen, the Golden Lion will be going home to Asia for the first time in quite a while.
So let me see. Manila. Who won the event in Manila?
Daniel Lee from America.
Of course.
Before that was
America,
Renee von
and then
Redden.
Renee, Germany.
Then it was Luo Shishang.
Would it go to Vietnam? That's the question. When's the last time someone with the home court advantage winning the main event? Justin Fairbanks?
Who gets another walk? This man can just sit there and collect all the big blinds.
Happy-go-lucky.
Yep. Three-handed play is very tough, especially with the big blind ante and especially as the shortest stack. What do you think, Stephen? Is there an argument for reducing the big blind ante, and where would the cutoff be?
I personally think that when you get to the final table, we should do like everyone pays an ante.
Okay, yeah.
Like the old days.
Yeah, because the reason of using the big blind ante was to speed up live play, as some people were using for getting their ante to stall. But there would be no point to stall on a final table, so I do like that.
I think is a very kind of clear-cut final table. You just get a bunch of smaller chips out. You know, each one gets a bunch of 5K chips or whatever. On with it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
And also, I think another argument for big blind ante was the fact that the dealer was overworking too much. You know, was maybe some dealer were a little bit more careless and not collecting every ante, etc., etc.
Yep.
Feature table, best dealers at the venue, they can handle it. So I would say go back to the old days, go back to the gold standard of 10% ante or 12% ante.
12%? Are you crazy? Wow, who picks up another pot here? How am I meant to calculate a 12% ante? You want to sit there, the blind's 160K. I'm trying to add up the pot, and now I have to add up 13,482 from 4 players?
Samuel, you get told, okay? You will get told.
Math is hard
It's
enough
okay.
as it is.
You just follow instructions, okay? You can do that.
Yeah, I can do that, but now I have to add up the pot and try to figure out what 1/3 of 184,813 is. 12%. My goodness. Okay, ace queen here for our short stack. Limp. Go for the limp. Okay, raises it up.
There you go. I like the way Vietnamese commenters write about poker because they would mix in all sorts of English phrases in it. So, like, Mr. Long says, like, something all in, and then something else, chip leader.
Yeah, pay jump.
I like that. Pay jump.
I like the Google Translate for Vietnam. When it says, oh, there are players left to act, it says there are still houses behind. And it just sounds very, very cool. Sort of like Game of Thrones.
It sounds more like Monopoly.
No, it sounds like the great houses. You know,
Yeah,
the
I know,
house
I know,
of David
houses,
Urquiga. The Urquiga household is behind. You must fear. Whoa. No, that's a raise. That's a raise. To 550. And a call off from the 9-6 offsuit from Tianvu. 2 chip stacks, 2 chip leaders battling it out. No. Oh, 8 in the window. Jack 8-3. Neither player connecting.
Ooh. That is definitely a fake straight draw.
Oh, it's not a... See? That is a fake one. I thought he had a gut shot. I really did.
But it was fake.
Now he's got the double. All right, who goes for a bet now? Takes it down.
$18 million. That's over half the chips in play. For sure now. Yeah, I think if it's up to me, I'll go final table. We go back to the old ways of 10% ante.
Yes.
As well as heads up, reducing the time from 1 hour to half an hour.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. You know, I haven't found heads up to take very long at the APT. I have heard of some very long heads up matches.
Yes.
I think most notably, I think Terry Tang has the record, losing a 13-hour heads up match due to the blinds. They didn't go up for heads up. They just remained the same.
And the reason why I said, heads up, reducing the time is because when you play 10% ante, when you are short, when you're like 3-4-handed, it's going to take a bit longer. So you compensate that by having a bit of a shorter heads up.
Oh, okay. Who does have the best
I
hand
think
here?
about these things.
You do. 10 versus a
10
9.
is good.
Yeah. Wow, nearly at 20 million in chips now. Look, his neighbor wouldn't even have space to put his chips on the chip reader. On the card reader.
Okay, that's something for you to do, Sam. Video was saying earlier that when you begin the tournament, you mark one chip with like I don't know, somehow, and then see whether it comes back to you at the final table.
Okay.
And it's unlikely because you get colored up. So it has to be a big chip.
Oh,
like
because
the
it has to be like
biggest
the
you have.
5K.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which they are still on the table.
I think that's something fun to do.
That's a good idea. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to mark the cards too, actually. I feel like I
That's
get like a
an excellent
strategic
idea.
edge if I do that.
I think you should only mark juices and threes.
Okay.
Yeah.
King, Queen 10. Junseok way in the lead here. Who basically drawing dead. I think it's a
Because
decent hand
marking
to check.
juices. Marking juice. Well, he bet. Marking juices and threes means you're disqualified and you won't gain anything from it.
The best of both
Right,
worlds,
so-
Stephen.
Exactly. Like you get disqualified,
Yeah.
and then your conscience will be very clear. I didn't try to cheat.
I was just having fun.
Yeah. Whereas if you mark aces, then it's hard to clear your name.
Yeah.
No, don't. Okay, so sorry. Just joking aside. Do not mark your cards, please. Viewers. It's really bad.
Yeah, we do not condone
do
that.
Yeah. Do not mark your cards and stuff.
And stuff. All right, small blind raise. Ace-6 off in the big blind.
Very legitimate.
Yeah. I think happy to check back. It's not a hand that you really get called by worse. Like Ace-5 off is... I guess it's calling. But there are more better Ace-X than there are worse. Anyways, let's take a flop. Ace in the window, but diamonds?
Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, 2 pair for Tien Vu. A flush draw for who?
This is a proper flush draw from an authorized dealer. Not a fake one from Shenzhen.
Very, very real one. So top and bottom pair is the most likely to take a passive action in terms of all your 2 pairs. It does have a chance to get counterfeited. And
Ooh,
it also
not sure
blocks a lot
whether-
of your opponent's continues. I like the call. And who picks up a 4 to go along? He's going to check it now. I think Tien Vu should go quite big here. Yeah, SPR is about 4. I would play size up a little bit more than this. But 1 mil in the middle. And who does decide to come along? Off to a river. It's a safe one. 5 of hearts. What size does Tien Vu want to go?
Ooh. 20 big blinds in the pot. So let's go 8.
That small. I think I would go like 3 mil or so.
No, 8 big blinds, so 1.6, right? Or you go
1.6
3 mil?
I would go 3 mil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd go any smaller than 2.5.
2.1.
2.1.
So he's more on my side than yours.
Yes. Yeah.
I think he's just targeting a bunch of, like, Jack X.
Yeah.
Inferior 2 pairs. Well, no, not inferior 2 pairs. I think the point here as well is relative to his stack size, 2.1 is actually pretty big.
Yeah.
2.1 million is actually pretty big for a Vu's stack size.
Yeah.
Like you can't, or I don't look at the absolute amount as much as the relative amount to my stack size.
Yeah.
So I'm betting a third. And that's a lot.
Yeah. I don't think who can call here. Yeah, does let it go. There
Nice
we go.
pickup.
Up to 10 million. Working hard to close that gap.
And I think we are due for a break in about 10 minutes time.
Yep.
And just to remind our viewers, we are going to restart the stream. So please subscribe to the channel. Click on the notification so that you know when the stream will be restarted. And join us again all the way until we crown a winner at APT Phu Quoc 2024. Do we crown them or not? Do we just give them a trophy?
We just give them a trophy.
Ah, okay.
All right, Ace King suited versus King 9. Ten, 5, 3. Jun Seok with the King high flush draw here. Who with not a lot going on. Checks it back.
I think if O checks, you induce a bluff here. Nope. Okay, you don't need to induce because he'll call anyway. Must feel good to hit a second left flush. Quick fold. So easy. Still, we're looking at half the chips in play.
For who? Yeah.
For who? In his possession. But Vu is, you know, catching up slowly.
Yeah, he is. Taking some dents out of the chip leader.
He was visually frustrated yesterday, actually, in one of his frames. I think
Who
it
was?
Vu.
Oh, Vu. Okay.
Yeah, and then today he's just so calm and collected.
Yeah.
Must be the red Ferrari jacket.
It must be.
And 86. Even though it looks like, you know, the tournament is down to 3 players, the home stretch is, you know, is upon us. There's still a lot of play because the structure is so good. The average big blinds is still at 53. There's still a lot of play.
Yes.
Ahead.
Yeah.
So, just to remind our viewers again, we are going to stop this very stream that you're watching, and we're going to restart on YouTube. So, please do subscribe to the channel and click on that notification bell so that you'll be notified when we restart the stream.
And if anyone in chat could translate that into Vietnamese for us, it would be much appreciated. And just type that into the chat for our non-English speaking viewers. Here we go. Both players with a gut shot. Very deadly if it comes.
Why are the APT chips so big? Well, they're not any bigger than usual.
Yeah, I think they're normal.
Yeah.
Oh, ace jack to be very aggressive here.
Yes. And he gets it done.
Yeah.
Who do owe? That's the order of the chip leadership. Who do owe?
Who do you owe? We're missing
not gonna
one person.
I'm gonna tell. I'm not gonna tell YouTube. Are you aware of an artist, like a musician called Beck?
Yep.
He had his most famous album is called "Oh Delay."
Oh Delay.
So it's almost, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a nonsense bit of sounds.
Okay.
Oh Delay. So it's almost.
Yeah.
Like our final 3 players.
Oh, the who? Oh no! Look at this. Ace 7-7 trips over trips. There's a good chance it's going to be a chop, but we'll see.
It's a BVB situation.
Yeah. 225k into the middle. A call.
Oh, just called. Turns an 8
on the turn.
21 outs for chops.
Yep. And 3 outs to win. Check, check on the turn.
That's a chop.
Yeah.
Just casually tossed in 2.5 big blinds.
Yep.
Race. Boom. Yeah, gonna cry call this.
Do you think he re-raises?
I have a 7. Chop.
Chop it up.
Well, he's chopping the big blind ante.
Yeah, and Vu actually profits 100k from that.
Yeah.
I lucky. I fold.
I lucky I folded. Thank you very much. I think her name was Jennifer.
Yes.
Correctly say her name. Oh, you would know every dealer's name, wouldn't you?
Nope.
Not every single one of them.
No. That one could have been a very big pot.
Yep. Greg said Jenny. Ah, Jennifer. All the same. Hello,
Yeah.
Brown Spade.
Jenny is just short for Jennifer. Do you ever go by Steve? Steven?
Most people call me Steve. Okay, so it's weird because in Hong Kong, people take names very literally, so they think Steven and Steve are different names.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Oh. So you commenting to the hand or you just exclaiming something? Anyway. So Rachel calls me Steve.
Okay.
My mother calls me Steven.
Okay.
It's like in a stern way. And most of my friends in the West will call me Steve.
Yeah.
So whenever you and Vidor call me Steven, I go, oh, sorry, Mum.
Stephen Anthony Lai.
Where did Anthony come from?
Sounds like your middle name.
Yeah, but it's not. It's Tony.
Tony.
It's not. It's not. No, just playing on that joke. Anthony and Tony being different. Anyway, stop it. Stop it.
Tien Vu gonna pick up a check down pot here with the king jack.
2 chop pots in a row.
No. Check down, not chop pot.
Oh, you said chop pot.
No. 2 pot.
You know, I'm not actually watching the stream. I'm just listening to you. I apologize. Cheap showdown. Check the river. By the way, have you noticed the Vietnamese comments? They have all become pure Vietnamese now since I noticed their like bits of English.
Oh yeah.
So I beg you, write something in. Oh no, shortest stack.
Yeah.
No. Straight away. Thank you.
Shortest stack gems. All right, here we go. Ooh, Jack 10-9. Both players with a straight draw. Who with the open ender? Tien Vu with the gut shot.
Vu with the high card.
Yeah. Bet and a quick call. Oh, there it is. Who improves to a straight? Doe with top pair. Check. And a 1 big blind bet here. Tien Vu. I like the speed at which they're playing. It's very fast. The cameras can't keep up. And a check raise to 750. Small little raise here. Whoa, is that a fold? Is that just a super quick fold?
Yeah.
Wow.
What a fold.
What a fold.
Whew. That is a sexy fold.
Yeah, no kidding. Top
Snap
pair.
folding top pair. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that in chat. Snap fold. Hi Chura.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Exactly how I felt. Very high Chua.
Very.
And now this raise, something fold. And game good. Ah yeah, you guys are really teasing me with like bits of English now. Something chip lead.
Yep. Last hand before the break. Do not forget to come back to our new stream.
Yeah.
I know you're waiting for break time. Break time. Yeah, I know it.
Break time. Smoking break. Okay, well, with that, we are still three-handed, and we are going to take a short break. Just to remind our viewers, once again, we're going to close this very stream, and then we're going to restart a new one. So please come back after a short break to a new stream. I'm going to sign off right now because I'm going to jump into the Cantonese commentary booth. And thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Stephen.
And I will see you tomorrow for the high roller.
Absolutely. Enjoy yourself over there, Stephen, and we'll see you all after the break.